is the rocket review for 9/13. We'll switch this over to science and technology, and we will go from there. Let me switch it over to YouTube's, the YouTubes. All right, cool. I will be back momentarily.
When ancient man looked to the heavens for guidance from the gods, he noticed star patterns and began to document their movement across the heavens. The ancients believed that the earth was flat, but around 350 BC, Aristotle proved that the earth was round. Later, about 150 AD, Ptolemy presented the geocentric theory, the belief that the earth is stationary at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets revolving around it in complex orbits. In the 1500s, Nicholas Copernicus of Poland presented the heliocentric theory, the belief that the earth revolves around the sun as it rotates on its axis. This aspect of astronomy evolved into an intricate study of planetary motion known as orbital mechanics. Today, orbital mechanics is applied to space flight and satellites that orbit the Earth or travel beyond our solar system. In the early 1600s, Johann Kepler, a German mathematician, using the data on planetary observations collected by the Danish scientist Tycho Brahe, developed 3 laws of planetary motion. Kepler's first law states,
all planets move in elliptical orbits with the sun at one focus and the other focus empty.
Applied to Earth satellites, the center of the Earth becomes one focus, with the other focus empty. For circular orbits, the 2 foci coincide. Kepler's second law, the law of areas, states,
the line joining the planet to the sun sweeps over equal areas in equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee. It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time. Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the sun to its mean distance from the sun.
For any planet The square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be. Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the three Newtonian laws of motion. While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Any two objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them. Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it. Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not zero, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration. It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon. The following illustrates how a satellite stays in orbit. If a man stands on a mountain and fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth. However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth, but gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth. If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached. This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface. The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements, which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of apsides. The first orbital element is the semi-major axis. It is simply 1/2 the major axis. Circular orbits have no apogee or perigee. Therefore, the semi-major axis is simply 1/2 the diameter of the orbit. The semi-major axis is used to define the size of the orbit. From this, the orbital period, or time that it takes for the satellite to complete one orbit, can be calculated. The shape of an orbit is defined by the second orbital element called eccentricity. For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field. When orienting an orbit in space, a three-dimensional coordinate system must be defined. The coordinate system commonly used is the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, which has its origin at the Earth's center. This coordinate system is a non-rotating reference system in which a satellite's orbital plane tends to remain fixed relative to the stars while the Earth turns beneath it. The XY plane is the Earth's equatorial plane. The positive x-axis points to the vernal equinox. This is the point where the sun appears to cross the Earth's equator on its way north on the first day of spring each year. The z-axis is along the Earth's spin axis toward the North Pole. Nodes are points in a satellite's orbit which intersect the Earth's equatorial plane. The ascending node is the point at which the spacecraft crosses the equator going from south to north. The descending node is where the spacecraft crosses the equator going from north to south. The line joining the two nodes is called the line of nodes. The orientation of an orbit is determined by 3 orbital element angles. The right ascension of the ascending node is the angle between the x-axis and the ascending node. It is always measured eastward from the direction away from the vernal equinox in the Earth's equatorial plane. The argument of perigee is the angle between the ascending node and the point of perigee. It is measured in the orbital plane in the direction of spacecraft motion. Inclination is the angle between the equatorial plane and the orbital plane. A satellite which has an eastward velocity component at the ascending node has an orbital inclination lying between 0 and 90 degrees. Such an orbit is called a prograde orbit. A satellite which moves due north at the ascending node is in a polar orbit. Polar orbits have an orbital inclination of exactly 90 degrees. A satellite with a westward velocity component at the ascending node is in a retrograde orbit and has an orbital inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. The 5 orbital elements explained thus far describe the size, shape, and orientation of the orbit in space. The final element is a time value used to locate the satellite in its orbit. A satellite moves in a very predictable manner. It stays on schedule. Thus, if the time at which a satellite passes a particular point is known, The time when it will pass any other point can be determined. The particular point chosen is perigee, and the time of perigee passage is the last of the 6 orbital elements. The 6 orbital elements depict a spacecraft's orbit in non-rotating coordinates. To visualize an orbit relative to the rotating Earth, a projection traces the spacecraft's position on the Earth's surface. The projected path is called the ground track. As a satellite orbits the Earth, the ground track shifts westward. There are 2 causes for this. First, the primary contributor is the Earth's rotation toward the east under the orbital plane. Second, because the Earth is not a uniform sphere and bulges at the equator, its gravity is greatest at the equator. This causes the orbital plane to rotate slowly around the Earth's polar axis in a motion called precession. Precession is toward the west for prograde orbits and toward the east for retrograde orbits. For low Earth orbits such as those of the Space Shuttle at 150 miles altitude, the westward shift of the ground track due to the Earth's rotation is about 22.5 degrees, while the shift due to precession is only about a half degree. The inclination of a satellite orbit determines the north and south latitude limits of its ground track. The minimum orbital inclination is equal to the latitude of the launch site and is achieved by launching due east. For example, if a satellite is launched due east out of the Kennedy Space Center, which is located at 28.5 degrees north latitude, its orbital inclination will be 28.5 degrees, and the limits of its ground track will vary between 28.5 degrees north latitude and 28.5 degrees south latitude. If launch azimuth or direction of flight at launch measured eastward from due north is increased from due east, the orbital inclination angle increases as well as the maximum latitude of the north-south ground track. Therefore, the latitude limits of the ground track equal the new launch inclination. Similarly, if launch azimuth is decreased from due east, orbital inclination once again increases as well as the latitude limits of the ground track. The maximum practical inclination from a Kennedy Space Center launch is 57 degrees. This limit is imposed for safety considerations in order to keep the spacecraft and its booster system from flying over land masses during the ascent phase. To obtain an orbit with an inclination greater than 57 degrees, the spacecraft is launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. Vandenberg offers the opportunity for southerly launches with orbit inclinations between approximately 70 degrees prograde through 138 degrees retrograde. A significant advantage of launching from Vandenberg is the capability to economically achieve polar orbits with ground tracks covering all latitudes from the North Pole to the South Pole. The Earth is constantly turning, and all points on its surface have an eastward velocity, with the greatest velocity occurring at the equator. The farther the launch site is from the equator, or as launch azimuth is increased or decreased from due east, less of the Earth's rotational velocity will be imparted to the launch vehicle. This requires more fuel to get into orbit, or payload weight will have to be decreased. Launches due east from a position on or near the equator, such as the Kourou launch site in French Guiana, used by the European Space Agency, acquire the advantage of a free velocity gain of about 1,500 feet per second. This compares to the approximate 1,300 feet per second gain available at the further north latitude of the Kennedy Space Center. Launching from an equatorial site offers a significant advantage in payload weight capability and minimizes the amount of fuel needed to achieve an equatorial orbit. Since many satellites operate in equatorial orbits, these are important considerations. Spacecraft are launched within a specified time interval called the launch window. Some of the factors affecting the launch window are launch and orbit lighting conditions, sun angles, payload orbit requirements, rendezvous phasing if a rendezvous is planned, tracking and communication requirements, and collision avoidance with other orbiting objects, to name a few. One of the factors defining the launch window for the Space Shuttle is launch lighting conditions, which can be illustrated by plotting time versus day of year. On this plot, we see daylight and darkness at the launch site. The longer daylight hours occur in the middle of the year, summertime. If daylight conditions are required for a convenient emergency landing site for the Space Shuttle, the launch window would now look like this. During the winter months, the available launch window for lighting conditions alone can be as little as 3 hours per day. When combined with the many other launch factors, the launch window becomes even more constrained. The choice of a particular launch vehicle for a mission depends upon the weight and size of the payload and the desired orbit. Expendable rockets used to place spacecraft in orbit usually consist of several stages that may incorporate both solid and liquid propellants for propulsion. When the fuel in each stage is depleted, the spent stage is jettisoned. Staging offers the advantage of discarding weight when it is no longer needed. The Space Shuttle is a two-stage system. At liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 Space Shuttle main engines are all producing thrust. After approximately 2 minutes of flight, at an altitude of 25 miles, the fuel in the solid rocket boosters is depleted and they are jettisoned. The 3 main engines, fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen carried in the external tank, continue to burn for several minutes until the shuttle reaches its cutoff velocity. At this time, the main engines are shut down and the external tank is jettisoned. 2 additional burns using the orbiter's maneuvering system, referred to as ohms, are required to place the orbiter in its final orbit. The ohms 1 burn occurs about 2 minutes after main engine shutdown and establishes the orbital apogee point. The ohms 2 burn takes place approximately 30 minutes later and circularizes the orbit. Once satellites are launched and put into orbit, it is often necessary to change the orbit with an on-orbit burn. The common term used in describing on-orbit burns or engine firings is delta V. Delta V is the incremental change in spacecraft velocity measured in feet per second resulting from the burn. The amount of fuel used during a burn depends on the desired delta V change and the mass of the spacecraft. Because the amount of fuel carried
we'll start up space news here
fuel
when this is done.
Is one of the primary
or
considerations
if you want to start now, just let me know.
Spacecraft mission planning.
I'm ready to go.
And is critical to orbit lifetime. On orbit, a spacecraft can thrust in any direction. Burns along the flight path, forward and backward, are the most common. A unique feature of any orbital burn is that if no other burns occur, the spacecraft will later always pass again through the point of burn. Forward burns increase the spacecraft's velocity and are known as posigrade burns. With posigrade burns, the flight path of the vehicle will be raised at all points except the burn point. Burns opposite the direction of flight, which slow the spacecraft down, are called retrograde burns. For retrograde burns, the orbit will be lowered at all points except the burn point. The greater the delta V, the greater the difference between the pre-burn and post-burn orbits. Burns can be combined into maneuver sequences to change orbit size, shape, or orientation. One of the most common maneuver sequences is made up of two burns and is used to accomplish an orbit transfer between two circular orbits in the same orbital plane. The most energy-efficient transfer between two orbits of this type is the Hohmann transfer. The Hohmann transfer is actually 1/2 of an elliptical orbit with its perigee in one of the orbits and its apogee in the other. The burns occur at the perigee and apogee of the transfer orbit. The use of the Hohmann transfer minimizes the delta V required, thus having the advantage of using minimum fuel. The disadvantage of the Hohmann transfer is that it takes longer than most other transfers. The type of the transfer sequence depends on the mission and the amount of fuel available. For example, a space rescue where time is critical might use a fast transfer, while a routine satellite deployment where fuel saved for later use is important would most likely use a Hohmann transfer. The burns discussed so far have all been maneuvers in the original orbital plane and do not affect orbit inclination or node position. There are situations which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or placing a satellite in an equatorial orbit. To change the inclination, the thrust vector must be directed at an angle to the orbital plane. A thrust with a component that is perpendicular to the orbital plane at either the ascending or descending node will rotate the orbital plane about the line of nodes. A northerly out-of-plane thrust at the ascending node will increase the inclination of a prograde orbit, while a southerly thrust will decrease it. Out-of-plane thrusts require considerable amounts of fuel and are performed only when absolutely required. The Space Shuttle, for example, using all of its onboard propellant, is capable of an on-orbit plane change of less than 3 degrees. Satellite orbital planes and altitudes are determined by their design mission, which very often includes a field of view requirement for optical or communications purposes. The field of view of a satellite is defined as the area of the Earth's surface that is in view from the satellite at any given time. Satellites in high orbits have greater fields of view than those in lower orbits. For example, a satellite at an altitude of 800 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 4,100 nautical miles. A satellite at 200 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 2,000 nautical miles. Low-orbit satellites are often used for photography and other types of Earth observation. A satellite placed in a low-inclination circular orbit at an altitude of about 19,300 nautical miles will have an angular velocity exactly equal to that of the Earth's. The satellite would seem to remain stationary in longitude as viewed from the ground. Such orbits are called geosynchronous and are used to provide a continuous communications capability among any system of ground stations within their field of view. The geosynchronous orbit field of view is constant and is limited to a latitude zone of about 70 degrees north and south of the equator. Effective satellite communications from geosynchronous orbit is not possible at either pole. However, because of their altitude, their field of view covers nearly half the globe. A special type of geosynchronous orbit with an inclination of 0 degrees is called a geostationary orbit. It appears to hover over a fixed point on the Earth's surface at the equator. Most U.S. communication satellites are in geosynchronous orbits, providing near worldwide communications coverage. For effective communications at high latitudes, the Molniya orbit is used. Molniya is the Russian word for lightning and is an orbit used extensively by the Soviet Union for its communication satellites. The Molniya orbit is highly eccentric with an apogee that is near the geosynchronous altitude and an inclination of about 63 degrees. The satellite slows down at apogee in the northern hemisphere and whips through perigee in the southern hemisphere. This provides communications in the northern hemisphere for up to 75% of its orbital period. Several satellites properly spaced in Molniya orbits can provide constant communications at the northern latitudes. Navigation satellites, such as the U.S. Navy's Transit System and the Joint Service Navstar GPS Global Positioning System, use lower orbits so that a user can receive signals from more than one satellite at any time. Another frequently used orbit is known as a sun-synchronous orbit. These take advantage of the precession of the orbital plane caused by the Earth not being a perfect sphere. All sun-synchronous orbits are highly inclined retrograde orbits which precess eastward around the Earth's polar axis at the rate of 1 revolution per year. Since the Earth-Sun line also revolves eastward at the rate of 1 revolution per year, the orbital plane will maintain a constant orientation relative to the Earth-Sun line. If the satellite's period is then synchronized with the rotation of the Earth, it will pass over the same point on the Earth's surface at the same local time at a regular interval. A sun-synchronous satellite ensures that a constant sun angle and uniform lighting exist for the same field of view from pass to pass. Satellites such as those in the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program and Landsat are sun-synchronous, imaging the entire Earth on a regular schedule. The gravitational attraction of the Earth on a spacecraft causes it to move in its orbit around the Earth. There are other, much smaller forces which will cause a spacecraft to deviate from its desired orbit. These forces cause what are known as orbital perturbations. Orbital precession, which is used to obtain sun-synchronous orbits, results from the perturbing effects of the Earth's non-spherical shape. Other perturbing forces are the gravitational pull of the Sun, the Moon, and planets, and solar winds, which are charged streams of protons and electrons that heat the Earth's atmosphere and increase atmospheric drag. In most cases, perturbing forces can be compensated for in the spacecraft and orbit design and present no major problems. If the forces disturb the orbit too much, thrusters can be fired to re-establish its desired orbital orientation or altitude. This is particularly true for spacecraft orbiting at very low altitudes, where the effects of atmospheric drag are greater and, if not compensated for, will eventually cause the spacecraft to deorbit. A spacecraft's operational lifetime is frequently limited only by the amount of fuel available to maintain its desired orbit. When its useful life is complete, a satellite is left in orbit or is deorbited, burning up when re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. When the space shuttle completes its orbital mission, it executes a precise retrograde burn to initiate its controlled return to Earth. This burn occurs nearly halfway around the Earth from the landing site. The new orbit established by the retrograde burn causes the orbiter to enter the Earth's atmosphere about 4,000 miles from the landing site. During the period the orbiter descends from its orbital altitude to atmospheric re-entry, its attitude is maintained by the use of reaction control jets located in the nose and tail of the orbiter. Once the orbiter enters the Earth's atmosphere, its wing and tail aerosurfaces begin to become effective and gradually replace the jets for attitude control. As the orbiter nears the landing field, it maneuvers to a long, straight-in approach at an angle of 17 to 19 degrees. Nearing the runway, it executes a flare maneuver to reduce its sink rate and glides to a touchdown at approximately 230 miles per hour. As the orbiter rolls to a stop, our journey into the world of orbital mechanics comes to an end for now. This is only the basics of orbital mechanics, an intricate study of planetary and satellite motion. The next time you see a launch, you will see it from a different, somewhat knowledgeable perspective. You will understand the fundamentals of spaceflight.
All right. Peter hacks. Guy hacks. He has voice hacks. Hacking. I see pixels. Pretty cool, huh? That's a super good video about teaching orbital mechanic fundamentals. But, yeah. All right. Welcome to Space News. All right. So, what do you guys want to talk about?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's talk about space, baby. That whole channel seems awesome. Oh, dude, we got plenty of stuff like that. There was a time where we just watched that stuff on Friday nights. Yeah, that's what we do. We just go watch those videos together, learn together. But it got too hairy with the with all the VOD muting and stuff. You know, you don't want to accidentally the whole stream. Because somebody thinks they should, you know, have entitlement to my entire monetary revenue stream because of like 30 seconds of video with maybe some music. XP1, Flight 3, I got a bunch of stuff queued up. Doctor Parameter. Does that mean we also have multi orbit communication satellites to handle Alaska and Canada for NORAD and NATO purposes? Maybe. 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 Maybe not. Maybe screw yourself. Theory on chat is like mushrooms. Feed them poop and keep them in the dark. I mean, hi. Yeah, maybe, Nader. I don't know. Hermes update. Okay. Oh, nice. Good. So no flame trench this week? I missed the sign up. Yeah, how NSF works to get the cast for stuff is like they call, they say, okay, who wants to be on Flame Trench this week? And I'm usually on the ball with that. I missed it because I was asleep when they did it because of Polaris Dawn. So, no, unfortunately, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm a little bummed out about that, but I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. I was asleep. By the time I woke up, I figured out what was going on. Yeah, they already had the current cast signed up for it. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? All right, well, we'll just do combustion byproducts, baby. Combustion byproducts. All right. Sleep is better. Yeah. I wanted to talk about Starship, man. I've been wanting to do that all week, so kind of bumming, but it's kind of my own fault, you know. Go the Freddy Krueger route and never sleep again. Yeah. Yep. So, oh, dude, this was earlier this week. Anybody speak French? This hasn't been a good week for sleep for space fans. No? We. Okay. All right. You tell me what this guy is saying, okay? All right, ready? Here we go. We'll start space news here.
Notre sujet, c'est pas de faire ce que fait Monsieur Musk, et pour une bonne raison. Monsieur Musk, il lance 70% de sa capacité pour son compte, pour la constellation Starlink. Donc, 7 fois sur 10, quand Monsieur Musk se met à lancer une fusée, c'est pour lui-même. Nous, quand on lance une fusée, c'est pour les autres. Et le problème que pose SpaceX, c'est pas uniquement pour Ariane. Le problème que pose SpaceX aujourd'hui, c'est que c'est un monsieur, une entreprise, qui construit des satellites, qui lance des satellites et qui les opère. 70% des satellites au-dessus de vos têtes appartiennent à Elon Musk. 7000 satellites sur 10 000 opérationnels appartiennent à Monsieur Musk. Donc la question, c'est pas SpaceX contre Ariane. La question, c'est Elon Musk et SpaceX versus l'ensemble de la chaîne de valeur spatiale. Construire des satellites, les lancer, les opérer. Et comment l'Europe s'organise pour faire face à ça. Et je vous assure que c'est un grand défi.
Car s'il ne faut pas faire exactement comme lui, il y a peut-être des choses quand même qu'on peut regarder de près. Il a envoyé hier un milliardaire dans l'espace avec un...
Did you, so who speaks French? Who heard what he said? Yeah. That's Stefan Israel. He is the CEO of Ariane Space, the company that launches Ariane 6, Vega. He basically said that, you know, I just want to make sure I got this right. And this is why I asked the people who are speaking French. Did he say, don't get me wrong, I was getting bits and pieces of it. He basically said that, yeah, SpaceX sends stuff up for himself. They have internal missions. They have Starlink missions. And Ariane Space doesn't do that. And that was his argument for what? Now? What was his argument? That Ariane Space is better or something? She was just asking, all right. Here, let's go. You want to see the end?
Quand même qu'on peut regarder de près. Il a envoyé hier un milliardaire dans l'espace avec un vol commercial. Ça vous en dit de quoi? Faut pas faire pareil?
Alors d'abord, nous, notre priorité, c'est un espace pour tous, un espace durable, un espace propre. Donc notre priorité, c'est pas d'envoyer, et j'ai rien contre les milliardaires, mais c'est pas notre première priorité. Ensuite, bien sûr, il y a SpaceX a apporté des choses, on ne va pas dire l'inverse, le fait de tester très vite pour aller en vol, le fait effectivement on va dire globalement d'aller plus vite dans un système qui n'a pas les mêmes contraintes que le système européen. Donc ça serait totalement absurde de dire qu'il ne s'est rien passé, je ne dis pas ça du tout. Et vous savez que la maison mère d'Ariane Group, d'Ariane Espace, Ariane Group, travaille sur une petite fusée réutilisable qui s'appelle Maya Space. Elle est en train de concevoir ce projet et elle le fait en mode agile, en mode start-up. Donc bien sûr qu'on a tiré un certain nombre d'enseignements, mais on ne va pas faire de copier-coller.
That sounded like that sounded a lot like copium. That sounded a lot like copium, guys. I didn't get all of it, but that sounded like a lot of coping. That sounded like a lot of coping. Yeah, that lady asked him, so okay, you know, you're better than Elon Musk, but you spend way more than him for way less. What's going on? Le copium. You're what the French call les incompetents. It sounded like a man about to lose his job. Dude, maximum copium. Yeah. He's basically, yeah. I didn't think they had legalized copium in Europe. Yeah, he's saying the billions of dollars is spent on their own rocket because he doesn't want to copy SpaceX. Oh, okay. I don't want to use this business model that they're using to save billions of dollars on launches, so because I don't want to copy them. It's total copium. Your main language is French. Thor, you hear that? Dude, okay. Like, don't get me wrong. I know, I can understand a little bit of French. I understand a little bit of French because I know the Romance language. I know Spanish, all right, badly, but it's enough to, I hear enough of the adjectives and stuff that I can make out what he's saying, right? I didn't get all of it, but yeah, he's basically saying that Elon launches missions for himself, so, we're actually providing a service to people. Even though he just launched Polaris Dawn that is providing a service to people, like, actually, because there's 4 people on board, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. And then he went on to say that they're spending billions to develop their own vehicle because they don't want to copy him. Yeah. Bro. L plus Cope and C, dude. Bro, what the What? What are you talking about? Now, okay, all right. To be very clear, he does have a point. The point is that Europe needs its own redundant launch capability. I agree with that. That's absolutely right. You absolutely should. You should have your own domestic launch capability. Abso-freaking-lutely. But to insinuate that your expendable vehicle is somehow competitive with Falcon 9, even though you spend billions of dollars of more money, is hilarious. That is the biggest cope I've ever heard in my life. That's the biggest cope I've ever heard. And let's ignore the fact that space has launched. Yeah, exactly, Grimlock. Yes, exactly. If you compare dollars to dollars, like external missions for SpaceX versus just your missions, because you don't have any internal missions, SpaceX is eating your lunch, pal. Come on. Like, bro, cope harder. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. I can't believe he would say that. Why would you say that? What, you don't think we don't understand you because you're speaking French? Ridiculous. big cringe. He said that like 2 or 3 days ago, and I was like, I heard it, and I'm like, there's no freaking way. That's why I was asking you guys. I'm like, is that what I thought he said? What the heck? Yeah, Repairy, it's ridiculous. I mean, his customer also agrees. They've been launching ESA payloads on Falcon 9. Yeah, exactly. Falcon 9 dumped the Sentinel into orbit the other day. Like, dump meaning it didn't. You are 1,000% right on. Bro, compete or be eliminated. I think Europe needs its own domestic launch capability. I think you guys should be able to launch people into space, too. It's all of Europe. You guys are telling me you can't do that? Come on. Come on. It's like the cradle of Western civilization. You guys can figure it out. If the Russians can figure it out, you can figure it out. Come on. Come on. But no, instead of that, you sit there and call, you said, well, you know, SpaceX is, dude. Dude. You've got to be kidding me. As a Swiss, I'm really happy that we have SpaceX because the aerospace in EU is a mess. Or what the frick, man? What the hell, dude? How can you have people sit there and cope like that? That's not a good look at all. New Starship job postings at the Cape. Oh, I got those. BJ, aren't they trying to solve problems we have here on Earth? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Anyway, he's so jelly at SpaceX. Dude, I don't know what would possess him to go and say that. That does not make your company look good, dude. And you're the CEO. That does not make your company look good. Just came back. What happened now? Stefan Israel basically said that Arianespace is better than SpaceX despite... The Arianespace is better than SpaceX because all of their missions are external. That's what he said. He said, Elon, the reason why SpaceX is so successful is because they're launching Starlink. They're not providing, SpaceX is not providing a service to people. They're not doing that. You know, cats. They're not provide. Yeah, they're all their missions are internal. They're not providing services to people. Let me please get the link to that clip. I want to review it if you don't mind. Sure. Sure. Wait a minute. No. I was looking at this. Yesterday, for example, Musk sent a billionaire into space with a commercial flight. What does that say to us? It doesn't mean we need to do the same. Space should be forever. Hey, Stefan, how much money you make? What's your salary, pal? What's your salary? How much money you got? Oh, wait, you're a millionaire. Oh, that's weird. Bro, certified grade A, 100% cope. Dude. What are you doing? I'm sorry, that's wicked funny to me. All right. Have fun being irrelevant. Hope those government launches that you need for your company to, survive, hope those don't stop coming. I can tell from seeing a few cope. That's some hard cope. On a happier note, Sarah playing the violin was super cool. I would share that mic, but it's copywritten music because it's Star Wars, so we will not be sharing that. Yeah. But yeah. The thing you need to understand is that the archetype of a European bureaucrat is real. I mean, we're not that much better ourselves, but holy crap. Holy fook. Something wrong. We too low. You know what I'm saying? Look, that was messed up, but it was still damn funny, all right? You could think it's messed up and still laugh. All right? Okay, that's fair. So, the Polaris Dawn mission has been going on. If you guys haven't seen it, they did the first commercial EVA a little bit earlier this week. This is a truthful post off of X. This is a very poignant point. Gemini 11 and Polaris Dawn on this exact day. Yep. September 12th, 1966. September 12th, 2024. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. I laugh because it's messed up. It is a little messed up. I'm not going to lie. So, yeah, check it out. This is actually really, really interesting that it's paralleling the Gemini program. No, but seriously, France is the space power in the EU, and it really does not feel good when the CEO of a space company is so messed up. Yeah. Is that SpaceX's new EVA suit? Yeah, I covered it for NSF the other day. Guys, here, check it out. Rook went out, and Sarah Gillis went out. Sorry, I'm burping because I woofed that freaking burger and fries in like 5 minutes. So if I'm like over here, it's because I just packed in probably about 2,000 calories in maybe like a minute and a half. Anyway, so Rook did EVA. Isaacman went out, and guys, I gotta show you this. It is the. I was covering it for NSF, but I wish I could have. You guys could have seen it. I was dumbstruck by what happened. They had a, and it was all good. It was all good. Don't worry. Here's the shot that blew my freaking mind. Watch this. This is a helmet cam on Jared's helmet, and it's a point of view. So watch this, dude. It is just goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps from it right now.
SpaceX. Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world. Now, SpaceX, BD1, I'm going to step into Test Matrix 1. Single-handed mobility demonstration.
You seen that? Dude. That is awesome. Yeah. So good. What a shot, man. Oh my goodness. It's amazing. That's obviously fisheye, more NASA live. Yeah. They're going to say a fisheye lens. And then, you know what you say to that, Echo? You know what you say to that? If you're looking at a fisheye lens and you have a spherical eye, how do you know? How do you know that it's not a fisheye lens? How do you know the Earth's flat if your eyes are round? Ever think of that, you prick? Not you. Did I say that? I say that to every time I get asked that, and they go, it's pretty awesome, dude. This is pretty awesome. Not the flat Earth stuff. Anyway, cube eyes. So, dude, that point of view shot of him climbing out, that is righteous. Also, there's one of the cameras right there. Oh my goodness. And so I saw a lot of people ask in the chat, why is his arm just kind of sitting there? He's testing one facet of the suit at a time. You don't go out there and you start reaching around for things and start moving around. You don't do that right off the bat, especially when you're testing a new design. You go one at a time, methodically, check the dexterity, right? So that's why Rook and Sarah, both of their arms are just kind of sitting there and they kind of look like a puppet. They're testing the suit, right? You test one variable at a time. So it's like doing that, do that, do that, do that, do that, and then do that. Just go down the list and then go to the other side. And that's exactly what they did. Hey, Capybara, 85-month resub. Please continue to annoy flat earthers. Oh, dude, I will. I will. Absolutely. Yeah. So I that's the biggest thing that I've seen. Like, why is his arm limp like that? Well, it's just he's just holding it there, right? And then do the robot. Anyway, so yeah, the EVA was conducted. There, Jared Isaacman and Sarah Gillis were both outside, not at the same time. One went out and the other one out for about 7 minutes each. Rook was out there a little bit longer, but it was still righteous. That was one of the first commercial EVAs. Actually, not one. It was the first commercial extravehicular activity ever. That's why it was such a big deal. That's why everybody was cheering. It was awesome, man. How does mobility in a suit compare to suits of the past and present? I think that's one of the things that they're going to have to find out, Cold Tech. I could certainly tell you that the SpaceX suits look to be a little bit more dexterous than the EVMUs that NASA uses. Yeah, very cool. Crazy to see that suit compared to the old ones. I mean, it's a pretty awesome piece of kit. No doubt. No doubt. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't fully leave the capsule. I have a feeling that's going to happen on Polaris 2. Yeah, I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. Yeah, but it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It was an awesome mission, and it's not done yet. There was another facet of it, and this is the part I didn't want to cover. But today, the Polaris program had an announcement here, and I can't play it. I can't show you guys, but they had some kind of AR stuff. Well, not AR, but 1 hour, 10 minutes, right? Or 30 minutes, 10 minutes. And then Sarah Gillis played Rey's theme from Star Wars on violin. And then she did that, and then yesterday, I think, and then they mixed it with a bunch of orchestras from around the world. It was super, dude. It's super cool. It's super awesome. That's the second time that I know of that music was played on an instrument in space. First one being Chris Hadfield. But yeah, it turns out you can absolutely play the violin in space. And up there That picture up there was a concept art from one of the Starship presentations that Elon did a little while back. That was, I think, IAC 2018 or 2019 or something like that. Yeah, pretty freaking cool, dude. Ground control to Major Tom. I can't say the whole song because we get... Dang it, the compressor. The compressor filters it out, man. It might clip that one out real good. Well, guess what? We're just gonna have to shut the compressor off. There you go. That was a dramatic recreation of what happened of that event. Back to workers already? Yeah, no, that's exactly how it played out. It's really awesome. You should check out the video. Yeah, that's exactly how that happened. I wrote that. Yeah, me. Anyway, it's super cool, super impressive. Can't play the music here. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm watching the actual vid in another window and you're kind of nailing it. All right, yeah, okay, excellent. But can you play the Bakadaka Lakastani anthem? I can play it, not on automaton. No, that's not it. This one. No, not that one. No, not that one. No, not that one. This one.
He's creating a new land. Clicks and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republic from the past.
All right, cool. Anyway, yeah, it was awesome. Seriously, go watch the music, and it's a John Williams song, and I have to love John Williams, not because of Star Wars, but John Williams is a masshole. He's from around here. He's from my neck of the woods. Also, one of the best composers of our time by a pretty long margin. Cannon fodder 1500 to help with the helicopters and workers from the old Air Force vet. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service, man. Appreciate it. I'm serious. I don't salute. I'm a civilian. I do this. Technically, if you want to salute as a civilian, you put your hand over your heart. Technically speaking. Will you look at the Siberian map? No. The Roman salute. That's not the... No. Put your hearts in the middle. Shh. Shh. You're ruining the moment, Smirks. Jesus. Anyway, Cannon, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. Also, monkas. Anyway, I kind of thought a violin would sound kind of weird in space because of how it works. Why would Grim? Why would it sound different? As long as you're in a 1 bar atmosphere, with a nitrox composition, right? Well, it should sound exactly the same. In fact, you know, we were talking about how Polaris is, you know, kind of like the Gemini missions. Dude, that's some of the stuff the Gemini missions were trying to figure out. Sorry about that. It's the fan. It's getting hot in here today. That's actually one of the things they were worried about. Dude, they were like, back in the day, NASA was worried, like, if you went up into microgravity, they were worried, like, your eyes would pop out of your sockets or something. Or, like, your heart wouldn't be able to move the blood around in microgravity and stuff. Oh, yeah. How do we solve those problems? Some guy was like, dude, send me! Some grunt in the Air Force and the Marine Corps and the Navy were like, yo, I'll go. You know, let me do that. It'll be fine. Yeah, also ham. Yeah. Also ham. Also ham. He survived. He survived. Don't worry. Please, hey, please get on Rocket now. Yeah, right. I'm playing instruments on the ISS. Oh yeah, that's right. Thomas Pesquet, he played the sax. Sweet. Ham went through a ridiculous ballistic reentry, and from what we understand, he was not very happy about it. But he wasn't dead. Colonel Staff, he was your first sergeant. Really, Cannon? Ham? Or Colonel Staff? Monkey. Yes. Monkey. 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 Don't you know you got to shock the monkey? All right. Hang on, I got another message. Might be important. You are fired. At least that one lunch. All right, anyway. So yeah, Polaris program should be coming back sometime on the weekend. I think it's Saturday night into Sunday morning because of course it is. EJ being told to get on Flame Trench? Wait, what? What? What do you mean, Gaw? Do they need me over there? I was gonna say. Joke. Oh, alright. Anyway, thank you for getting that stuck in your head. Oh, you're absolutely welcome. It's not the worst song to get stuck in your head. How heavy is the mass of 2 sets of mass holes? I don't know. Is it too common they are being too agreeable? Well, Daz is on there, so probably not. Rip Laika, yeah. Yeah, the Soviets sent up a dog. The dog did not survive. Squirrel brain is working overtime today. They don't need EJ on the Flame Trench. They have DOS. Why would they want the inferior version? Thanks. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. What the hell did I do to deserve that, you asshole? Like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? You? Are you kidding me? What the hell, man? I heard a conspiracy theory that the Soviets lost people before Gagarin, but it didn't work. Someone's got to pop your ego now. Dude, there's popping my ego, and then there's what you just did. Jesus Christ. What the hell? What did I do to deserve that? Anyway, we'll keep going. Didn't need to stab me right in the throat. Jeez. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, I got to take a timeout. Hold on. Who's over there talking about me? Don't think I'm not there. I see you. Sun Temple, big emote got me. Yeah, you got me 6 cents, man. All right. Someone was bullying my streamer. Tess is being mean to me. Can you talk about what's going on with Starship delays in the SpaceX litter? Yeah, Snake. Sure, we can pivot to that. That's cool. Yeah, that's why I was kind of bumming. I didn't want to I sorry. I wanted to go on Flame Trench. I was bumming because I wanted to go on there and talk about it, but it's all good. Pivot from bullying to space news. Yeah. There's no bully. No bully. Anyway, so there's the Starship is. I gotta shift gears. Hold on. Squirrel brain. Give me 1 second. So Starship is postponed until at the earliest at November. So apparently, hey, Zay, 36 monthly sub, 3 years. There was a time I didn't watch EJ, huh? Yeah. Thank you for being here. I enjoyed seeing you on Flame Trench. Little bum myself. Work got slow and you weren't on. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I missed the sign up for it. I missed it because I was asleep. Because I was up till 9 in the morning with the Polaris Dawn EVA. Anyway, NSF put an article about the stuff happening in Starbase. Yeah, Das was talking about it on Flame Trench. I have Flame Trench up, guys. I'm watching it. I see everything. And I have the back channel, too. Wait a minute. Well, hold up. Are they listening to the music? Give me 1 second. We're going to go meta here for a moment. I need to see something. They had to...
Great lawyers, right? But anyways.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, are they listening to it? Dude, they better not. Like, they cannot listen to it.
That's doing David Bowie. You had one of my personal favorite astronauts, because she's a good friend, Katie Coleman, who played flute aboard the ISS alongside Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull.
John Williams. All right, cool. Anyway. All right, so Starship. So Starship is not going to launch per the FAA until November. The reason why is because the FAA is reviewing permits. But SpaceX released a long diatribe earlier this week about how bureaucracy is slowing them down. And long story short, I'm not sure what's necessarily going on with the launch permits regarding changes on the vehicle in the November launch, Snake. But what I do know is that, so here's how this played out. There's the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ for short, all right? And TCEQ is basically who SpaceX has to go through to make sure they're not polluting, right? So they're like a state EPA for Texas, right? So SpaceX has been working with them. And when they went to do the pad deluge system last year, right? They said, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And they had TCQ look over it. They had the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service look over it. And I think they had the FAA look over it, if I'm remembering correctly. And TCQ said, okay, this seems all right. We'll give you a general permit for wastewater discharge, right? The general permit, operative word. So later, for some reason, and I'm not still 100% sure why, but for some reason, the Environmental Protection Agency at the federal level got word that SpaceX was violating their permit, their general permit for wastewater discharge, right? The permit that was agreed upon by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the FAA, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The EPA went to look, and they looked at it, and they said, no, this is no good. You need a more individualized permit. The general permit isn't good enough for what you're doing.
Discovery,
you're polluting. You don't have the right permits and you're polluting, right? And they said that before Flight 3 and Flight 4. I think it was Flight 3 and Flight 4. Long story short, SpaceX said, no, we have a permit. We have this general permit, and they went to launch anyway. And there's been a bit of a kerfuffle since then. It's not about wastewater. No, it is. No, it is. I don't know why you would even bother saying that, Ilona, unless you were just being contrarian. No, it's about wastewater discharge and industrial waste processes, if you really want to be technical. I know you love doing that. Yeah, so it seems to me that there is generally a breakdown in communication between TCEQ, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the FAA, and the EPA, and SpaceX about what constitutes industrial waste discharge and what doesn't. They were given a general permitting application. SpaceX said it, everybody said it was good, and then the EPA said it wasn't good, and now something is going on. Not 100% sure. RJ, don't do that. Don't do that. I saw that. Don't do that. Other chats. So, a breakdown of government organization. So, yeah, the FAA with that, and they're also tracking all the different changes that SpaceX is making to the vehicle between Flight 4 and Flight 5, because Flight 5 is a catch attempt, right? Said basically between that and the changes to the vehicle that they're going as fast as they can. They can't go this fast, right, to get this done. And between the wastewater processes and the permitting for that and the changes to the vehicle, that they're not going to launch till November. They're not going to get a launch permit until November. This prompted SpaceX to go on a huge diatribe on Twitter the day that Polaris Dawn launched and basically said the bureaucracies are a waste of time. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. That, you want spicy? This is why I wanted to be on Flame Trench, man. Oh, this would have been awesome. But I'll save it for next week or something. I mean, this is certainly not the end of this story. But, yeah, it was... SpaceX got mad, though. And this is like the SpaceX actual account. Here, let me find it. There's a lot of Polaris Dawn stuff, and don't get me wrong, the Polaris Dawn stuff has been fantastic, but it's down here. Yeah. This. Notice the use of the word may. You just linked me like a 6,000 page thing. Their 6,000 word thing. So check out. I'll paraphrase some of this. this gets pretty damn spicy. I did read it the other day. I will read it again just for context. Despite a small but vocal minority of detractors trying to game the regulatory system to obstruct and delay the development of Starship, SpaceX remains committed to the mission at hand. Our thousands of employees work tirelessly because they believe that unlimited opportunities and tangible benefits for life on Earth are within reach if humanity can fundamentally advance its access to space. This is why we're committed to continually pushing the boundaries. Yeah, I think the part that that's referencing is up here. The Flight 5 is a catch attempt, Violent. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Where is it? Where did they absolutely roast a bunch of people? I'm looking for it. Sorry, I'm suffering from streamer brain right now. When you're going to look for something and a bunch of people are watching you, you can never find it even though it's right in front of you. We recently received a launch license delay estimate of late November from the FAA, the government agency responsible for licensing Starship test. This is a more than 2-month delay from the previously communicated date of mid-September. This delay was not based on a new safety concern, but instead driven by superfluous environmental analysis. The 4 open environmental issues are illustrative of the difficulties launch companies face in the current regulatory environment for launch and re-entry licensing. Starship's water-cooled steel flame deflector has been the subject of false reporting, wrongly alleging that it pollutes the environment or has operated completely independent of regulation. The narrative omits fundamental facts that have been ignored or intentionally misinterpreted. The subsequent fines levied on SpaceX and TCQ and the EPA are entirely tied to disagreements over paperwork. We chose to settle that so we could focus our energy on completing missions and commitments we've made to the U.S. government, commercial customers, and to ourselves. Paying fines is extremely disappointing when we fundamentally disagree with the allegations, and we were supported by the fact that the EPA has agreed that nothing about the operation of our flame deflector will need to change, only the name of the permit. All right, let me see, Hellfish. What did you say? Requiring an individual permit, the director may require any discharger authorized by a general permit to apply and obtain an individual MPDES permit. Any interested person may petition the director to take action under this paragraph. Cases where an individual NPDES permit may be required included the following: a discharger or treatment works treating domestic sewage. The discharger or treatment works treating domestic sewage is not in compliance with the conditions of the general NPDES permit, or B, a change has occurred. So we know it's not B. So we know it's not B, so the FAA must have said that they need an individual permit. Once again, guys, as far as I'm concerned, I've been trying to unpack this all week. So here's where EJ is going to get a little spicy. So this seems to be 2 things. There's 2 things that are prevalent in my mind here. Per the timeline of events, from SpaceX's side of the argument, the EPA, TCQ, it seems like at some point. Okay, so the first one is that everyone here seems to have a different criteria. So the TCQ, Fish and Wildlife, FAA, and the EPA all seem to have different definitions on what is and isn't polluting on water quality. It's clearly that it's all varied here, because if TCQ, the FAA, and the Fish and Wildlife Service say it's okay, and then the EPA says, you need an individualized permit because it's not okay, right? That sounds like they all have different definitions. Simultaneously, it could also be that Yeah, the EPA just wants a more individualized permit because this is a very case circumstance, in which case that's fair, I guess, but that shouldn't impede you from launching. It seems like what SpaceX said, that they're doing the same thing, but they need an individual. You need an individual permit. You don't have the right permit. EPA is also using discretion to force an individual permit. Yeah, it's at their discretion, right? So here's the thing. So the first thing is the definition of what's polluting and what isn't in permitting. The second thing that I've really kind of gotten into is that the EPA butted their head into this because someone complained. Someone lodged a complaint with TCEQ and someone lodged a complaint with the EPA. I genuinely am trying to, if I've been able to trace this back to one specific thing, right? Whoever filed that complaint with the EPA, if we figure out who did that, then I'm sure we'll figure out whether this is some legitimate environmental concern or whether the SpaceX account is correct. And basically saying it's some idiot who somebody that wants to slow SpaceX down, and they use protection of the environment as a guise to get back at them. I guarantee you, if we figure out who lodged the complaint, we'll be able to know. Can anyone send these complaints? Yes. As far as I know. What is the EPA? The Environmental Protection Agency. I wonder if the issue is that it is a freshwater dump into a brackish saltwater marsh. Yeah, it is. It was you? Nice. Good. Damn it, Stealthy, why would you do this? There have been CNBC articles that reference a bunch of people that, like ESG Hound, or a couple of other environmental professors that say that SpaceX is, oh, they're violating this, they're violating that, they're going to need this, they're going to need that, etc., etc. And I'm willing to bet it's probably, I can't say, I don't know who launched these complaints, but also there was only one person that was really talking about wastewater discharge well before this whole thing came to light. And if it smells like poop and it looks like poop, it might be poop. You know what I mean? The EPA is Walter Peck. Yeah, exactly, Biff. SpaceX is getting Walter Pecked right now. It's true. That's really what's going on. Light is green, trap is clean. But the mercury. Yeah, also, the TCEQ's general permitting application had a typo in it saying SpaceX is releasing mercury into the ground. And that got picked up by CNBC as a story, and SpaceX called that out too. It turns out the TCEQ made a typo. So, once again, this really hones down to two things. One, the definition of what's industrial wastewater or an industrial process. Clearly, the TCEQ, FAA, Fish and Wildlife, and the EPA all have different definitions of this. So which one is SpaceX supposed to listen to? I don't know. And the second one, whoever filed that complaint that got the EPA to kind of go and investigate this, yeah, that pretty much, whoever did that pretty much should show why this is going on. But either way, we got to wait till November. We got to wait till late November for the permitting application. There was also a Senate subcommittee meeting that we watched on Space News the other day, and oh boy, was it bad. It was... It was not good. So I don't know. You guys think it's too much bureaucracy? See, I'm not sure. Do you? I don't know. Might be, might not. It's hard to say. What I've been saying this entire time, right, is I don't think the FAA is going slow by any means. Despite what SpaceX, even SpaceX itself, despite what they say, I don't think the FAA is going slow. I think what the FAA is doing is basically using Starbase and using the certification process of Starship as a civil transportation vehicle operating out of a privately funded spaceport, i.e. not a government facility. What the FAA is doing is using Starship and Starbase as a way to not only provide regulatory approval, but come up with the framework for future space flight. I think that's what's going on. I really do. Don't get me wrong, I want to hate on bureaucracy just as much as the next person here, but this is something that I'm actually familiar with. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what's going on. I don't think... So, the FAA is using this to learn about Starbase and learn what it takes to certify a commercial spaceport, because what does the Federal Aviation Administration know about doing that? This is a new thing. So I do think they're taking their time. Despite that, I still think the FAA is going quite fast, considering. They're going pretty fast. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, right? Like, to SpaceX, they're going pretty quick. We've had 4 Starship flights in the past year. That's pretty damn good. That's a high launch cadence for anyone, let alone an experimental vehicle. And to be honest, if the biggest thing is just whether your discharge process is wastewater or an industrial waste process, or you're discharging into a wetland or not, if that's your biggest problem, it's only a delay of like a month and a half, I'm pretty sure we're okay here. November is not too far away, guys. It's already September. We're already halfway through September. Can you believe that? There should be no difference between a private and a government spaceport. Yeah, Ando, I think that's fair. Now, see, that's the thing. It's not that big of a deal in the long term, but SpaceX is trying to ramp up. They're trying to mass produce these damn things. And an impedance like this is actually going to screw with their workflow. And to be honest, Ando, that's the question that people have been asking me the entire time. I even saw it when we talked about it a little bit last week on Flame Trench. They are basically, why don't they just use the same certification process as Slick 40 or Slick 39 or Slick 39A, excuse me. Why wouldn't they just do that? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. I'm not entirely sure. Anyone can report environmental violations. Yep. Did you read what Homer Hickam wrote about his experience as an advisor on the National Spaceflight Council? I have read that post, Red. Do you think I should discuss that post on Space News? How spicy do we want to get today, man? How spicy you want to get, dude? Homer Hickam's one of my personal heroes, dude, but I'm not sure you guys are ready for that. The thing that bothers me is that the EPA taking a complaint as truth without investigating the facts. That and TCEQ turned around and fined SpaceX for actions that TCEQ had previously permitted and greenlit. I agree. Aqualux, yeah, I agree with that. It's Friday. We all want the spice. Okay. Red, we'll get to that in a second. Now, here's the thing. A month and a half delay, late November, not that big of a deal. Really, that's not that big of a deal in the long term. However, stuff like what you said is not great. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality basically agreed with the EPA when the EPA said, no, you need an individual permit. They basically said, yeah, you need an individual permit. And SpaceX went back at them and said, you're the one that gave us a general permit for this, dude. You said it was good. And they're like, nope. And they fined SpaceX. They fined them $3,700. No joke. Oh, yeah, that happened. So, well, I mean, dude, this process is working quite fast. My mind is always coming back to, and once again, I'm not trying to stick up for bureaucrats. I understand why a bureaucratic process exists, but god dang, is it annoying. Like, it seems like they don't understand expediency for some reason. But then again, going over everything with a fine-tooth comb does take time. I do understand that. However, they're finding SpaceX because of the permitting, not because of what they're actually doing to the environment. My mind is always going back to this. SpaceX would not write all of this out if they weren't sure. Because what would be the benefit? What would be the benefit of doing that? Of going after your permit, the people who grant you the permit, basically throwing them under the bus? Why would you do that? From an optics standpoint for your company, it's not great. So why did SpaceX shoot their shot like that? That's my question. Why would you do that? Just like I'm wondering who complained to the EPA. Because the way SpaceX went off like this, right? The way they went off like this suggests that whoever made that complaint to the EPA has an axe to grind. And you guys know good and well, I don't like it when people have ulterior motives with spaceflight. That pisses me off. That's why I said the root of this problem is whoever complained. I guarantee you find out who wrote that complaint into TCEQ and the EPA and made them change their tune real quick over permitting, not over what's actually going on. Whoever did that, I guarantee you will tell you exactly what's going on here. Because once again, dude, SpaceX would not write out a diatribe like this, throwing the FAA, Fish and Wildlife, TCEQ, and the EPA under the bus like this unless their hand was forced, right? Unless it really screwed with their business model, don't you think? Something to think about. Like, I don't, honestly, guys, as a spaceflight fan, I'm not really too bothered by this. It doesn't bother me. Okay, November. Sure. Whatever. But looking at the bigger picture, it does pose some problems. What problems does it pose? SpaceX is on the hook for the lunar lander, for HLS. They have to get this stuff done. It's expedient if they want to deliver on their $2.4 billion contract with NASA. It is very, very important that they go quick. That's why they're doing a catch attempt on the next one, because HLS does not get anywhere near the moon if you can't rapidly reuse Super Heavy at the very least. So I can understand both sides of the argument here. Now, EJ's honest opinion as a spaceflight fan, go faster. Bureaucracy, go faster. Come on, man. They're ready to go. You're not going to learn about the effects of this thing on the environment until you go and launch it. You could sit there and theorize all you want, but you got to fly it. You got to fly it to see the detrimental effects. The problem is, the flip side of that is that seeing the detrimental effects could screw up the local environment, and then it could be irreversible. I understand that. I get it. But also, please, I want to see Starship fly more. So I'm not really 100% sure where to come down on this one. All I can tell you guys is that, look, SpaceX wouldn't have wrote this strongly worded letter to the general public if they didn't think they were being screwed. You know? They wouldn't have done it unless they absolutely had to, right? Because why do that? The EPA fined them 137 or 187K or something. The fine was actually 150K. Oh my goodness. Yeah, crazy. I think there's a legal challenge brewing. At the end of the day, how can they fine SpaceX for doing something they said was legal? Yeah, exactly, user guy. It seems like they're dancing around each other. I think SpaceX has a point, but also you have to make sure you have the right permitting applications, you know? Like, but then again, if they change what the permitting, if they change the damn process halfway through, you'd think they'd be grandfathered in or something. Also, there was a lack of definition of industrial wastewater. I found a document about wastewater from water treatment plants, and it's specifically separate potable and wastewater. Interesting. It must cost them a lot of money to delay a launch for 3+ months, and their time is running out for contracts. Bingo. Yep. Like I said, Marcon, SpaceX would not do this unless they absolutely saw it pertinent. You don't rock the boat like that in public unless you absolutely have to, right? Do you think anything related to Artemis launches should get some sort of special fast-track permitting for urgency purposes? It would be good in this particular application, Cryonickel, but also at the same time that somebody will abuse that to circumvent environmental analysis in the future. Uncapping, forgive my ignorance, but we've been launching rockets for over 50 years. Don't we know how it impacts the environment at this point? That's the other question that I probably would have asked from the beginning, Badger. Why are commercial spaceports beholden to different environmental impact criteria than a government spaceport? But then again, this thing is not like any other spaceport now, is it? It's designed to basically, it's a spaceport that's designed to operate like an airport, right? It's a little bit of a different thing here. Breaking news, I found a mod that lets you do inverse kinematics with breaking ground robotic parts. I don't know if you know, just letting you know. Shoot me a DM. About separating potable and wastewater, they changed the process with discretion. Oh, jeez. Any shot will get some workers with all this bureaucratic talk. I was kind of thinking satisfactory, but maybe workers late at night, okay? Tinfoil hat. NASA asked the EPA and the FAA to delay SpaceX to get out of the HLS contract. Maybe. Wasn't all the shit? I don't know. I can't sit there and try to prove that truth out because that's a boogeyman. I don't like trying to prove a boogeyman. You know, you're gonna sit here and if you sit there and tell yourself it's gonna be a conspiracy, now you basically admitted to a confirmational bias, which is not scientific at all, right? Not about that life, dude. That's not how I roll here. Wasn't the permitting supposed to be streamlined under the FAA for all of this? That's my big question, and that's why I think I come down more on the side of SpaceX, because the whole point of the FAA doing this was because they had knowledge of certifying airports and stuff, which have similar sound pollution and noise pollution and operations. The whole idea between going through the FAA was that it was supposed to be your one-stop shop. It was supposed to be your one-stop shop. And now we have TCQ, Fish and Wildlife Service, EPA, FAA, all in the mix now. So what happened to that? That seemed to that didn't last very quick. I got you, Zay. I got your message. It's like the FAA ignoring their own regulatory framework. Yeah, it's very interesting. So I'm not really sure where to come down on this. I'd say it's more in favor of SpaceX because I'm working off the entire predication. And once again, this could be going against my own boogeyman theory that I just said, right? It very much, SpaceX would not do this. They would not do this unless they were absolutely sure. All right? Because if you do this and you are wrong, you are screwed. The bureaucrats have you by the balls. Like, there's only so many times you can rock the boat like that before people go, you're rocking the boat to get what you want, you piece of shit. You know what I mean? Got to be careful with that. You got to be careful about playing that. Like, if it's a fighting move and you're playing a fighting game, you don't just spam the A button over and over again. I mean, I do because I suck at fighting games, but you get the idea, right? About the FAA, did you see this? SpaceX account for 80% of FAA workers over time. I did see that floating. Another thing to take into account in this analysis is what was said in that Senate subcommittee meeting. The guy at the FAA says, SpaceX goes too fast for us. We're not big enough. We need more money. We need more funding to be able to keep up with all their changes. The reason why we push it out to November is because we're going as fast as we can. We do not have enough people. Which is very interesting to me. You'd think the FAA would be a much bigger organization, right? But it's not. The government has no incentive to be efficient. Yeah, boss man. No, I hear you. But bureaucratic process are slow and metered for a reason. Saying, oh, it's, there's no incentive to be slow and efficient, I think is a weird way to think about it. And don't get me wrong. There is a lot of waste in the government. No doubt. No doubt. You're right. But how it should work in a vacuum, right? How it should work is it should be metered approach on purpose. Don't think of the government as something that's designed to slow you down. It's a pressure regulator in a fluid mechanical design. A pressure regulator you don't look at a pressure regulator and say, oh, That is meant to slow everything down. We could deliver more fluids if that damn regulator wasn't in the way. No. The pressure regulator is there to make sure that you get the right amount of fluid to whatever system you're trying to work. So, like, say you're delivering fuel in a car. Oh, here comes the car analogy. Boom, 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 boom. It's time for the cars. Say you're delivering fuel to an engine in a car. Under a pressurized system, you would need a pressure regulator to be able to deliver the right head pressure to your fuel injector to deliver the right amount of fuel. You do too much, the engine shuts off. You literally flood the engine. You don't do enough, and the thing blows up because it leans out, right? Also, the Camaro do be looking good though. See what I'm talking about? That's how this should work in a vacuum. Now, I'm not sure if our fuel pressure regulator is jammed in this analogy or if it's broken. See what I'm talking about? SpaceX says it's broken. The FAA says it's jammed. So which one is it? You know what I mean? You size and pick the appropriate regulator. Don't use a worthless one that is 30 years old and undersized. Bingo. So maybe new framework is needed. Which goes back to my original thing the original thing of what I said. Maybe new framework is needed. New regulatory framework is needed. Which would prove my theory that the FAA is intentionally going slow and metered on purpose to figure out what type of regulation you need to certify a commercial spaceport and certify a commercial launch vehicle. It would make sense, right? That makes sense. Just saying, that seems like what's going on to me. Did EJ just compliment a Chevy? Is he well? No, I've been compromised. Help. It's okay. A Ford towed it clear across the entire country. It's okay. You needed a Ford for it to get you. Couldn't get here on its own. The Verge has an article on August 13th of 2024 stating the Rio Grande Valley sent SpaceX a notice of intent to sue over the deluge system. Interesting. Did you pick up that Star Trucker game? Is it worth picking up? Star Trucker's pretty fun, dude. It's hard. Hard game to play on full difficulty. Easy, you. What did I say that was wrong? Ernock? Huh? Huh? After the Ford guy worked on it, you could drive it clean across the country. Just saying. Just saying. And also, your doors are pissing me off. Buy the hinge kits and send me the damn hinge kits. Your doors are, it's infuriating. Buy the hinge repair kits, send them to my house, or just give me the money to do it. I'm going to do it because they're pissing me off. Just like the headlights were pissing me off. Okay? No, I don't want any belly aching. Just do it. Your doors are pissing me off. I can't stand it. Every time I open the door, it sounds like the Titanic ripping in half. Okay? I'm going to fix it. I'm not going to like it because I need that thing out of my garage, but I also can't let it sit there with those doors like that. It'll just infuriate me. It'll infuriate me. WD-40. Shadow Man, we are way past WD-40 with those things, dude. We are way past the bushings are shot, so the door on the hinge does this. And when you open it, it makes the nails on a chalkboard, dude. It sounds awful. Oh. It's terrible. Ernock, they're $20 a pop. Just PayPal. Just shoot me. Just PayPal me. Just PayPal me $20. We'll get it done. Why did you shoot the bushing? I didn't. He did. You jag off. By the way, you need blueprints ASAP for Satisfactory. Much improved. Oh yeah. Yeah. We will. Absolutely. Boss, I don't know if you were seeing when I showed my old save. That was all done with blueprints. Dude, hand making all that would suck. That's coming from a 90s Ford truck owner, so they must be pretty bad. Bill, it's not. Now, granted, it's not the worst I've seen. But also, this whole thing reminds me of how insanely slow the ATF has gotten with processing NFA paperwork. 6 weeks for many people has turned into 1.5 years. Yep. It's a regulator. That's what it's called. It's regulator. But the thing is, you don't have one regulator to fit all in a fluid system. It doesn't work that way. In February, the Government Accountability Office reported that the FAA was understaffed and complained about similar issues as early as 2018. They need more money. Yeah, I can see both sides of it here, but yeah. Anyway, I don't think that, in terms, like, I don't think that us, can do anything particularly about this, right? Like, we can't make it go faster. We can't make it go slower. And guys, I don't have a solution for this. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't have a solution to this problem. I don't know enough about bureaucracy to do that. Anyway. So, Red, you wanted that. You wanted Homer Hickham's thing about the NSC. The National Space Flight Council. I did read that thread. Isn't the 60-day long investigation deadline the main reason for the long waits? Yeah, and they can reset it at any point, from what I understand. I'm trying to find it, Red. It was a couple of days ago, right? Yeah, they are. I see it up there. It wasn't that long ago. Yeah, no, I read it. I remember reading it. I got a link. I got the link from his Twitter initially. Link it up, dude, if you can. It's interesting. The CEO of Dawn Aerospace talked about this in a podcast interview back in 2023 about how nice it was to develop in New Zealand because of the size of their EPA and FAA equivalents, dealing with ones instead of hundreds. Yeah, Red, if you can find the link, Homer Hickam, he worked at NASA. He was on the National Space Council Advisory Committee a little while back. Yeah, and he wrote the book Rocket Boys, which the movie October Sky is based off of. And then he worked at NASA and also served in Vietnam before that. He's one of my kind of personal idols. He wrote something about how the National Space Flight Council is working. I'm trying to find it, but I don't see it. And he's a Hokie. Country roads, take me home to the place I'm singing off key on purpose. I belong. West Virginia. You found it? All right, dude. Bingo. There it was. Okay. This is Homer Hickham's blog. This is on August 17th. You missed my last, you putz. I'm busy, you dinkweed. FYI, it's sense calling me out on stream like that. Ridiculous. I mean, hi, here's $20. Please fix my door. Yeah, I was gonna do it anyway, man. I'm just being a jerk. I'm sorry. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. The shim kits are only $20, and we can stream working on the doors, which would be cool. That because like I know exactly what needs to be fixed. It's not me going, I don't know how to do this. We'll pick a day and we'll get it done. It's gonna take all freaking day because you got to take the entire freaking car apart. You got to take the quarters off. You got to take the bumper off. Fortunately, I know I'm really good at knowing how to do that. So, yep. Snake, if memory serves me right, during the senator subcommittee, the senator said the FAA already asked for more money and they got it. Now they're asking for more again. Maybe money is all they need, more staff, or maybe the staff will only pick up the work that a faulty system creates. It's a good point, dude. Yeah. At what point does the regulatory framework need to be changed? And who does that? You know? Who does that? I don't know. I actually don't know enough about civics to know in that particular structure to know what's going on. And I'm not the best civics guy, which is why I avoid politics. But spaceflight policy I know pretty well, but not this. I
now
should
put the doors
learn.
on backwards.
And also, it's always good to know your civics. It's your job to do that if you live in the U.S. It's your job. Remember that. I like a state that became its own just because they wanted to say screw you to slavery. John Brown did nothing wrong. I don't what? Yes. Tangential, but bruh. So what is that floating? Under federal law, the FAA is prohibited from regulating the safety of individuals on the board. The legislative moratorium, originally established in 2004, extended multiple times by Congress, will now expire on January 1st, 2025. Yeah, Aqualux, interesting. No, bad. No, backwards doors. Dude, what a nightmare, dude. What a Anyway. Okay. Homer Hickam, my perhaps somewhat interesting experience as a National Space Council advisor under two vice presidents. Okay. You sure you want to do this, man? I've read this. It's okay. Okay. All right. Best part, EJ was more on key than a lot of the renditions I've heard of the song over the years. This is a story of my experience, Homer Hickam, as an advisor to the National Space Council under Vice President Mike Pence and Vice President Kamala Harris. All right, let's see. One day in 2017, I got an email from a fellow at NASA headquarters. Astonishingly, the note said this Colwood, West Virginia boy was being asked to be a National Space Council advisor. Since I had never encountered the NSC in all the years I worked for NASA, I quickly looked it up. Turned out the National Space Flight Council included all the federal organizations that had a foot in the space business. That meant not only the NASA administrator, but the secretaries of Defense, Labor, Transportation, Education, Commerce, Treasury, Measurement, and Budget, plus a bunch of staff members at the White House. Reading on, I saw the National Space Council was abolished in 1993 during the Clinton-Gore administration. That's correct. That kind of ring a bell. And now that I gave it some thought, I did recall a little about it. One of the roles Vice President Al Gore assumed was to be his administration's space guru. And if you don't know anything about young Al Gore, he didn't need anybody else to tell him what to do, and certainly not a bunch of NASA nerds and department head flunkies. Okay. I don't know. All right. Okay, Homer. All right. I remembered one of the first things Al did was direct us sods at NASA to get busy and build a space station with the Russians. Yep. This we did, and I wrote my part and I wrote my part in that in the memoir, Don't Blow Yourself Up. In case you haven't read it, I got along great with the former Soviets since their Sputnik had inspired me to build rockets when I was in high school. Read Rocket Boys. It's one of my all-time favorite books and all-time favorite movies, dudes. Seriously. I don't know if it necessarily counts as a space movie. I think it does. Some people, it's kind of wishy-washy whether it is. That is my favorite space movie. It is. I mean, you don't even need to read a book. Just watch the movie. The movie gets the point across pretty good. It's actually a pretty damn good book adaptation. This led directly to me writing Rocket Boys and then the movie October Sky, which pretty much let me retire from NASA and start my writing career, which I was more than ready to do, but I digress. So the reason I was hearing about the NSC in 2017 was that the previous administration had decided to reestablish it under the vice president and wanted me to join it as an advisor on something called the User Advisory Group, UAG. That sounded interesting. What are my duties, I asked. Give advice about space and stuff? Came the answer, I could do that. There were about 30 members of the UAG, which included former astronauts and big hitters in the aerospace industry, so I figure I was in good company. When asked what subcommittee I wanted to be on, I looked them over and decided exploration and discovery. Any others? How about technology and innovation? Oh, and education and outreach. You got it, came the reply, and I was happy. I had no idea what those subcommittees did to advise the NSC, but I figure I had a fairly good background in all of them. After all, I had explored the Montana Badlands and found a T-Rex, exploration and discovery. I built my own rockets out of scrap metal, technology and innovation, and I had been educated by some great teachers. And I also worked at Space Camp, education and outreach. I was set to advise. For sure, man. The first NSC meeting that I attended was in 2018 at Kennedy Space Center. We watched that on stream. It mostly consisted of meetings of various subcommittees where NASA headquarters told us advisors what it was going to do and didn't actually, ask for advice. That was kind of boring, but okay. Later, however, I met the vice president and gave him an autographed copy of Rocket Boys. He immediately recalled not only that book, but to my surprise, another one I wrote, a fiction thriller titled Back to the Moon. He excitedly engaged me about my works before being dragged away to make a speech where he mentioned meeting me in the last 10 minutes. I was standing at the time between Buzz Aldrin and Jack Schmidt, who looked at me like, who the heck are you? Oh, yeah. Okay. I just smiled. It was nice. The vice president knew about me, and I immediately liked him. But didn't expect much else to happen in between us. I just thought, well, that was interesting. After a few months, I was surprised to find myself talking on the telephone to Mike, as he told me to call him. He said he was looking for new space goals, and what did I think? We talked about Back to the Moon, and I told him my opinion was that our destiny lay on the moon. Not just to land there, but to gather its resources. As for Mars, I said robots were doing a fine job of studying it for now, but it would be better to just focus on the moon. See, that's why I like Homer Hickam. Yeah. This surprised him. He said that NASA headquarters people told him Mars should be the goal for human landings because we'd already been to the moon. I told him that would be like the Pilgrims landing in New England and then heading off to Antarctica. He liked that metaphor, and I was kind of proud of coming up with it on the fly. Yeah, baby. It's my boy Homer right there. Not too long after, he called me again to say he was going to make an important announcement at another NSC meeting, and he wanted it to be at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville. Well, also celebrating the 50th anniversary of Apollo. He told me that he thought I would really like what he was going to say. We watched this NSC meeting on here too, by the way. I know what he says. Since I'm on the board of the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, which includes Space Camp, I instantly got on the phone with Deborah Barnhart, the CEO at the time, to get things organized in a hurry. It took a lot of work, but she and her staff pulled it off. On March 26, 2019, the National Space Council met in Huntsville. Yeah, you guys remember that? They were right next to the Saturn V, and it was baller. It was really cool. The UAG had some nice internal meetings of our subcommittees, which didn't amount to much. And then, when it came time for the vice president to speak, beneath a fully assembled Saturn V, see? I told you. I found myself seated beside Buzz Aldrin again. We had a nice chat before the VP speech, and then, while Buzz and I sat attentive, my friend Mike announced that his plan was to have the United States land Americans on the moon in 2024 by any means necessary. Oh, I remember this. When Mike finished, Buzz leaned over to me and said, "We won't make it." Thanks, Buzz. Before I could reply, not that I had a reply, we all got up and filed out. Later, Mike's idea would be called Artemis, a nice name with echoes of Apollo. It worked. Oh, there they are. When Mike came up to me and asked what he thought of his speech, I agreed with his goal, but what I didn't say, and maybe I should have, was that I didn't think it was a good idea to hand it over to NASA exclusively to do. NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine was there that day, and after Mike's speech, I noticed he had a mostly worried expression and was slumping a little. My take on Jim was that he was a very nice, earnest fellow with a tough job that he happened to love, but I also imagine he didn't much like the folks like me going around and putting ideas in the head of his boss. There's the three of them. Looking back on it, in that very brief moment that I had his attention, what I should have said to him was I believe the best approach for going back to the moon was a consortium of federal agencies and the NSC plus commercial companies and international partners. NASA would be a member who would supply some of the funding and expertise, but would not be in charge. The consortium would raise funds across its members, be led by a strong, tough executive board, and its focus would be the construction of a permanent lunar outpost similar to our South Pole Station. This reflected the 93 moon study I made for NASA, and I hadn't changed my mind since. Not sure I agree with that, but all right. He had to rush back to DC, but his staff hung around for the day. When they asked me about the next steps, I told them that if they were serious about 2024, they should take the NASA-managed rocket, SLS, out of the critical path as it took too long to manufacture and was way too expensive. Since a couple of SLSs were already tediously working their way through the pipeline, I recommended they use it instead for some big cargoes such as Skylab-like commercial stations or big robots to Europa or Titan. I also mentioned my consortium idea and suggested they read my study of long ago. Attentively, they wrote my recommendations down and then apparently forgot them, since before a week had passed, Artemis got totally handed over to NASA, which naturally favored the program it already had, SLS with an Orion capsule on top. As I feared they might do, it didn't take too long before NASA HQ converted Artemis into Moon to Mars, a concept with the moon depicted as mostly a training ground to get us out to Mars, that glittering red squirrel of space. They dusted off something called Gateway, a space station in an eccentric halo orbit around the moon, where ships were to whiz in and out on their way to the moon, yuck, and Mars, yay. After building the Gateway, the Orion with astronauts was supposed to fly up there, rendezvous with it, and then use something not invented yet to go down to the lunar surface. Considering 2024 was supposed to be the goal, and because I knew how difficult it had been to build a space station around Earth, much less some kind of crazy orbit around the moon, I didn't think it was a good plan. In an internet meeting of the Exploration and Discovery Subcommittee, when a NASA somebody was briefing us about the Gateway concept, I spoke up and I said that I had my doubts. Space is hard, he or she said something like that. Then don't make it a hard thing. Then don't make a hard thing even harder, should have been my reply, but when nobody supported my initial comment, I let it go. In a big meeting like that over the internet, it's nearly impossible to get into a real discussion. It also feels rude. My experience at NASA was nothing ever got done in a big meeting anyway. That happens later out in the hall. Zoom meetings don't have halls. We sign off and go to the bathroom. Damn. Before long, I found myself assigned to only the Education and Outreach Committee chaired by retired astronaut Eileen Collins. Since the other subcommittees weren't doing anything anyway, I was fine with this. Over the following months, Eileen tried really hard to make our little segment of the UHE meaningful. We had many meetings over the internet with guests from the education and aerospace sectors, with our findings forwarded to the UAG chair. Her steady leadership also gave me a glimpse of someone truly prodigious. She wrote a great book. Yeah, Eileen Collins was the first female to command a shuttle. Yeah. She's been to space a bunch of times. She's not stupid. Let me put it to you like that. Not really not stupid. Awesome astronaut. Yeah, she's one of the people that if you look at her resume, you just go, well, I brushed my teeth today or something. All right. Okay. The Artemis Moon to Mars program rocked on. Occasionally I peeked in on it and saw it was getting more like a Rube Goldberg cartoon every day. By then, the vice president was immersed in a re-election campaign where nobody much cared about Artemis, and there was also that pandemic thing. But then everything kind of got really weird. Mike was gone, along with Ernest Jim Bridenstine, and here came a new bunch to take over. And this is what happened next. For you young folks, when you used to pick up a phone and there was nobody there, you heard this tone that was kind of disappointing. You might say it was kind of nothingness. I'm glad you haven't had to put up with that, but here's what it sounded like. Hang on. I gotta turn my headset on. Yep. When the current administration took over in January 2021, we UAG advisors, and for that, the entire NSC heard nothing but the dial tone for a long time. Many months passed with no activity or guidance given to anybody. Eileen continued to hold our education and outreach meetings and forward our findings, but the dial tone from the White House was pretty steady. Finally, in May of 2021, the Vice President announced she was going to take charge of the NSC. When Political asked me about this, I said it's good news. The Vice President should chair the NSC. There's extremely important work to be done in space, not only by NASA, but other interested departments within the federal government, as well as commercial entities, and great decisions yet to be made. I expect VP Harris will fully inform herself of the previous NSC decisions and will take a fresh look at everything. Dial tone. Does that just link back? When nothing happens for many months, we advisors of the UAG began to talk amongst ourselves, wondering if we, still existed. Finally, there was an internet meeting in December of 2021, 7 months after the Vice President took official charge of the NSC. Admiral Ellis, the UAG chair, told us to be patient and that we advisors would have a role, that something would eventually happen. In August 2022, a year and 8 months into the new administration, now not so new, the NASA UAG coordinator emailed all of us advisors and apologized for the radio silence. And he asked us to continue to be patient, that he and his staff did not have information and that they were allowed to disseminate. I told you this would be spicy. Finally, after a few more months of nothing from the White House, we heard the UAG would be reorganized to focus on climate and workforce issues. In December of 2022, now 2 years in for the current administration, the newly appointed UAG chair, Admiral Lyle, sent me an email thanking me for my service and told me their services would no longer be required. Eileen Collins also received the same email, the metaphorical hang-up. Since I didn't think the Vice President cared a thing about space, and I also didn't much agree with NASA's direction with Artemis, I took it as probably a good thing to be invited off of the NSC UAG. Therefore, I shrugged it off and went on with my life. Thus ended my stint as an advisor to the National Space Council, an organization which, to my knowledge, has done little since. All I know for sure is Buzz was right. It's 2024 and we're still not landing on the moon. For what it's worth, I've read this before. I read it in August. You guys noticed how I've been kind of saying this like over the past couple of weeks? Because that's very telling. We need a goal. We need a goal. We need leadership. He's right. He's 100% correct. This is what happens when space isn't taken seriously as a national priority. It's 100% correct. I mean, I read this paper back in August. I'm not going to lie to you, but it's true. I agree with it, and this is why I've been trying to explain this to people over the last couple of weeks, if you haven't noticed. Spicy, a chicken vindaloo has less bite than that. Damn, dude. All right. Now, I'm not going to say get out and vote, blah, blah, blah. You should vote, right? But I don't think that's correct. You learn from this situation. Like I said, I read this when he posted it. I don't want this to be a stream where we're like, get out and vote. This guy sucks. This person sucks. No, this person sucks. I don't want to do any of that. All I can do is kind of show you why, or all I want to do is show you why this is not a good idea. And that's what I've been doing over the past couple of weeks with space news coming back. Obviously, he's never run into a genetically mutilated vindaloo. The previous leadership was bad, but the VP was a diehard space fanatic and he revived the NSC. He did a good job, Forge. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he didn't. You can't argue with results. What was the link to the article? Here, I'll link it in chat for you guys. You guys go read it yourself. Yeah, that's Homer Hickam. Homer Hickham's the guy that wrote Rocket Boys and wrote the script for the movie October Sky. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. Like all-time favorite movies. He worked for NASA, he's a Vietnam vet, and he was apparently on the National Space Council User Advisory Group. They're not making enough SLSs. There's a lot of things, James, that they're not doing correct. But yeah, Red, you want to read it. How spicy do you want to get? There you go. You get stuff like this, you know. See, that begs the question now. Like, where my mind goes with that is
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What was Viper then? What happened with Viper? I told you guys that Viper was a NASA decision, not Congress. NASA decided that Viper would be. So all these decisions that NASA has been making, where are they coming from? Because they ain't coming from the top, apparently. That's what I mean about someone playing games with NASA. I don't like this. Do you like this? This isn't good. Viper, Chandra, Artemis. See what I'm talking about? How does NASA come back from this? All I can say is what needs to be fixed, Pop. I need to come up with a solution and go from there. Hey.
Hey! Titan wanted to say hi.
Oh.
Also, we realized, didn't you take him out to see the Sticky last night?
Yeah.
You told me you didn't take him out before you went to bed.
That was not before I went to bed.
But it means you took him out after I did.
Yeah, because you told me to.
Yeah, I forgot. Did he pee pee?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
What?
Nothing.
Mystery solved. What?
Nothing.
Oh, sorry.
You stepped on his foot.
I'm sorry.
Come here.
Isn't that about right?
Nah, it's fine. It's down. It should be up.
Okay.
Over 2. But whatever. Don't look at us, EJ. We're on Brimo's side. What? Fine. I'll remember that.
I did remember to be very specific with my questions, I guess. I don't know. So I think I've determined he does not like elderly men. He does not trust them.
Okay.
I don't know. Did he poo-poo when you took him out that time?
No.
Okay. The neighbors gave me free beers.
Oh no.
So we're gonna go back inside and browse Instagram for a little bit. And at some point, they'll wear off.
Okay, do you need help getting back to the house? You sure? Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
They call me 2 drink free, but really, it's more like 3 drink free.
That's not much better.
All right, I love you. Have fun.
I love you too. Oh crap. She said she didn't need help, so. Yeah, so what do you think about that? Spaceflight hasn't been taken seriously as a national priority, man. That's a big problem. That's, I mean, once again, it goes back to what I was saying. Who's running NASA? Who's running NASA? Is Bill running NASA? Who's making these decisions? Second. Dial tone. So how nuclear did you go when you heard about what happened with Viper? Sarbumba. Scary. Sarbumba. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Dude, I think I would rather hang around with Joseph Stalin than hang around with people that play games like that with NASA. I would rather hang around with him. I'll take my chances. Like, here, I gotta stand up, dudes. Red Bull can. Dude, they are, people who do this kind of crap with NASA are bottom feeders. I can't stand them. The crew 9-second stage is heading to Slick 40. Awesome. Awesome. Must have been the flow regulator. You jackass. Nice. What game are they playing? I don't know. Coldtech. People do stuff like that. Just come out and cancel it because they say that reeks of I'm gonna cancel this if you don't do this. That reeks of like quid pro quo nonsense. Which is basically, like, once again, you should have seen the amount of nonsense that happened when Constellation got axed. It was NASA's full of this crap. With Stalin, you'd be sent to Gulag. With NASA, you wouldn't be going anywhere. Stalin was even more blatant about playing these games. That was hyperbole on my part. The point is that somebody that I don't hold in high regard, I hold in higher regard than people that play games with our country's exploration and scientific understanding programs. That was the whole gist. You're right. Agua was a piece of trash. I'd rather hang out with a piece of trash than hang out with these people. That was the whole point. Didn't they say they canceled Viper because it got over some budget threshold, even though it was pretty much finished? Yeah. Yeah, Marcon, that's the whole problem, dude. Who cares if it went a little bit over the budget if it produces results? A lot of programs go over the budget. What's the difference? Why are we putting financial restrictions on stuff we don't know how to make? Right? Where's that same restriction on the mobile launcher? Where's that one? The program that's gone, let's see, like 600% over budget over the last 3 years. Where's your budget cap on that one? You don't have one. You're playing games, all right? People playing games, dude. See what I'm talking about? I don't like that. That's not okay. Who the frick's running NASA? Who the frick is running NASA? No wonder nothing's getting done. I'm bothered too. I'm just trying to understand whether the decision could be justified in any way. I don't know. I mean, dude, if Homer Hickham's going out and bringing the heat like that, something's wrong. Although I do disagree about how he said they should structure NASA. Your solution to fixing this problem is more bureaucracy? What? Why? Why is that a good idea? Why would someone do that? Can we fundraise freedom of information requests pertaining to cancellations? Yeah, I don't know. Polaris released a new video from the capsule. Oh, dude, let's check it out. That's right, James, he would have, but nope. The ML got congressional approval. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it? Let's see what we got. Honestly, I think more lack of interest than malice. I never said it was malice, except for the people playing games. The whole direction, of course, like that's not malice. That's you don't care, and I think that's a problem. Just putting it out there. Yeah, it's still fair. I don't understand. I think he said there should be one organization in charge of setting that direction. Maybe. All right, so we have a new Polaris video. Let's see what's good there.
Hello and welcome to the Dragon spacecraft. You are here with the Polaris Dawn crew. My name is Anna Menon. I am one of the mission specialists and the medical officer for our mission. This is Kid Poteet. He is our pilot. Jared Isaacman is our mission commander, and Sarah Gillis is our mission specialist. And we are so excited to talk to you today about some of the science and research we are doing on board here. We have had a full complement of research, an action-packed schedule for this mission.
Yes, Glitch,
We've
I've
had
read that.
about
I'll talk about
40
that in a
science and
second.
research experiments that we have been tackling, and they span all sorts of genres, and we're really excited to talk to you about a few of them today. So to kick us off, I will start telling you about some of the ones that I love. So right here what you see, this is a butterfly ultrasound device, and it's really neat because it can work with like an iPhone or an iPad or just any sort of like tablet device.
I'm going over here.
And so it's really portable and you can take it anywhere, even to space. And you're able to actually image all sorts of different pieces of the body and get really good diagnostics through it. So we've been using it for a whole bunch of different experiments, measuring our different veins. We've been measuring our bladder. We've been measuring our kidneys and liver and a lot of different pieces of the body. So it's been really interesting, and we're excited to see what we learn from all the data. Then this right here is another type of ultrasound device. This is a novel three-dimensional ultrasound, or the optic nerve sheath. That's a portion of the eye, and what's really interesting about this is it gives us insight into the fluid shifts and the eye issues that plague astronauts when they go to microgravity. And so scientists are really interested in the changes that happen to this optic nerve sheath, and this three-dimensional ultrasound is a brand new technology. You can use it, and it gets you really efficient, good images of that sheath, so hopefully we'll learn a lot more about those vision changes. And I'll hand it over to Kid to take it from here.
You know, people saying, "Oh, she's got a hairband on. She got a hairband on. Why don't you put her?" Dude, if you could do that, you would. Don't frickin' lie. Don't lie. I had hair like that, and I was at 0G, I'd be doing that. Absolutely. I don't have hair, though. My hair is... I have the poteet haircut. Just saying.
Hi, everybody. So the two experiments that I really enjoyed participating in, first off, the Leo plant. This was created by the U.S. Air Force Academy, which is near and dear to my heart. I was assigned there many moons ago as one of the commanders of the cadets. And what these cadets have created is a casing that holds different plants, and we've been imaging these plants on a daily basis to see what the impact of zero gravity is on this plant. And then one other experiment that we completed today is an airway assessment. So one of the big concerns is the fluid shift up here at zero gravity. We can really feel the effect as soon as we were on orbit, and you can kind of see it in our faces. So one of the concerns with long-duration space flight is to be able to triage in case of an emergency. And one of the first basic steps is airway assessment. So we volunteered to do some imaging of our airway. We did this experiment before flight, during flight, and then we'll do it post-flight. And what this requires is us to numb up the nasal passage, and then insert this endoscopic camera all the way through the nasal passage and back of the throat to take these different images.
That's awful.
And then post-flight, we'll be able to assess what happened to the airway passage as that fluid shifts. So those are two of the experiments I participated in, and I'll pass it off to our commander.
That sounds unpleasant. This is not on the ISS, guys. This is the Polaris Dawn mission. They're on a Dragon capsule that's about double the height of the ISS. Fun fact.
Hey, everyone. So I'm pretty excited about this experiment right here. This is a Tempest Pro, also called our ambulance in a box. So, if you believe in SpaceX's vision of making life multiplanetary, that we're going to have thousands of starships in space someday, tens of thousands of people, we're on Mars, and we're exploring our solar system, it's pretty cool. But those are some pretty long journeys, and hospitals aren't very close by. So we have to be able to bring diagnostic tools into space with us, and then be able to beam that information back home to the flight surgeons. So just yesterday, we hooked up all sorts of cables to this, so blood pressure, SpO2, respiration, EKG leads, and basically we're able to capture a number of vital signs and test it out. And then today, we actually did a full-blown medical simulation of what could be a very likely medical situation that could develop after an EVA, and then was able to beam a lot of this information home via Starlink to the flight surgeons in mission control. So I really am excited about it because it's this kind of technology that's going to be needed, to kind of further humankind's ambitions to explore among the stars. And I'll turn it over to Sarah, our mission specialist.
Hey everyone. So we've been doing also, as Anna mentioned, a lot of research into spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome. And so I've got a couple of devices here, Quick See, and
So, aviator, that's Anna Menon. She worked at NASA as a medical surgeon for 8 years and then moved to SpaceX. Her husband's a NASA astronaut that flew F-15s. And he still does. Yeah. Anna's the kind of person where you read a resume and you're just like, well, I suck. All right, cool, great, good, grand, wonderful. Yeah. That's why she's the medical officer. She's a doctor. Wicked smart. Yeah, it's just like, well, I run a Twitch stream, Anna, so there. Oh.
Floating away from me. And a pupilometer here. But we've been collecting data kind of every day, looking at the changes in our vision over time and space.
Hold on. Chip, her resume is what entry-level recruiters expect mine to look like. Dude, too real. Too real. It's dude, tone it down, man. Jesus. Oh, that's pretty funny though, man. Yeah, and she beat her. Yeah, she beat and nailed the space. Oops.
Also have an experiment from CU Boulder that we did shortly after arriving on orbit, where you actually put a contact lens into your eye to monitor the pressure change over time. And there's a picture of Jared. He has the contact lens in his eye that's sending.
Next time you guys give me crap for showing you pictures on my phone during a live stream, I'm gonna refer it to this point. That is not a boomer thing to do.
Pressure data over 12, 24 hours to a sensor.
Shut up.
He really looked like a rogue space pirate with his eye patch kind of covering it, so he didn't have to have some vision changes from that lens. But it was quite a look up here.
We'd allow
for the
it
space
if you were
pirate.
in space. Touche.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. That is just a brief insight into the wealth of science and research that we've been doing up here. We are so excited to gather as much data as we can for the scientists back on Earth so that we can learn together and contribute to our collective future for the future of human space exploration and on Earth as well. So we'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Bye.
You hang up first. You hang up first, Polaris. You hang up first. Yeah, pretty cool, man. So once again, that's what they're doing on the Polaris mission today, and then they should be coming back. They should be coming back tomorrow, I think. It's just billionaire tourism. Oof. The 15th, so they're coming back Sunday morning, Shadowman. Yeah. How did the laser to Starlink work out, Willie? I'm pretty sure it came out pretty good considering that we have that video. You know, think about it, dude. That's an 8-minute video. Well, okay, no, it's 7 minutes. That's a 7-minute video, and the quality doesn't suck considering. Oh, hey, come back here. Yeah, 1080p, not bad, dude. I mean, clearly it's working. Clearly they have a high-speed internet connection, which is bananas. Now, is that a big deal? Yeah, it's a big deal because it's through Starship. Does the ISS have a high-speed internet connection? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the ISS has a super fast internet connection. Problem is, most of the bandwidth from the ISS internet is being taken up by all the telemetry that needs to be downlinked to mission control. So, if you're using the internet for anything but downlinking telemetry, the internet connection blows. Yeah. It's a great connection, super fast, but most of the bandwidth is all the telemetry that gets downlinked to mission control. This is just, I mean, you don't have that with Dragon. I mean, Dragon's telemetry is arguably a lot less than the ISS, right? So you don't have that. How far away does Starlink
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So Starlink, Terminator, well, this would be the longest distance. Starlink is 400 to 500 kilometers up, depending on what shell it is. And they're up at their high point. At their high point, they were up at 1,400 kilometers. Right now, when they were doing the Starlink testing, they're at 700. Their orbit right now is a 700 by 190, 93-minute period at 51.7 degrees incline. If that meant nothing to you, just 700 kilometers that way. So, how far does it go? Well, we know it can go at least, I wouldn't say 700, but at least 300, 400. The in-space communication mechanism with Starlink is an optical system. It's fiber optics, but minus the wire. They're using optical lasers for data transmission from satellite to satellite. Starlink uses a VHF frequency, similar to a cell signal, for downlinking back down. That's why you need the Starlink antenna. The antenna is a phased array antenna that's that's designed to receive that frequency. The thing about very high frequencies is that it's very highly directional, which is why Starlink antennas are flat, because they're using a phased array. A phased array has a bunch of small radio transmitters in it in a matrice, right? And it modulates the frequency of the transmitters to emit a directional signal without changing the direction of the antenna. Cool enough. Nice, they didn't have to waste money on retrofitting the iPhone to a space-rated power supply. The real question is, does Dragon have 12, 24 volt 110 or 230? Deadbringer, if I had to guess, this is a huge guess, I know nothing about the Dragon capsule, I would say it's 24. It's either 24 or 48 volt, probably derived from some type of airplane. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. Dara, rabble. Otis array. Bingo, Cannon. That's a phased array antenna, exactly. Space Force Delta 6. Yep. That's a phased array antenna. It's a big phase. It's a little bit bigger than a Starlink antenna, though, huh? Am I right? It's like the size of a freaking basketball court. Dara, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing? So Blue Origin astronauts get a few seconds in space. Virgin Orbit is similar, and SpaceX gets a few days and a spacewalk. Ringatato, yes. If you want to, like, reduce it to its base thing, yeah, sure. But, see, like, here's the thing. SpaceX is... The Polaris Dawn mission, dude, is doing an insane amount of science, and they're also testing their EVA suits, which is super cool. Like, dude, I don't have a problem with space tourism, to be honest with you. I really don't. I mean, Dragon is also a little bit more expensive than New Shepard or Virgin Galactic, right? It's a little bit more expensive. But also at the same time, you know, I don't mind tourism. And I really don't mind tourism if they're going to do science. That's fine with me. Oh, yeah, let's get her done, man. That's great. Repasting your sub message. Hey, Arsenal. Yeah, you were in with the 87-month resub. Thank you. I remain alive despite what my attendance may suggest. I do have a full-time job in Congress now, though. Job is not with an SST member, but my dad might be getting a position as a supply chain director for Blorgen. All right. All right. Speaking of Blorgen, you guys want to see something sweet? Hey, you guys got any rockets on your phone? This was posted from Dave Limp. Dave Limp. Sorry, it's just one of those names that's like saying fast. Dave Limp. Oh, hey. Can't imagine what other mission's going to be happening with Axiom. Yeah, it's going to be awesome, Ring. Yeah, that's, I really appreciate what I'm being shown right now. Not gonna lie. Stumpy landing legs. They're not. They can be stumpy. They're not stumpy. They're adequately sized. Wait a minute. I'm in Australia, so I have to math. Saturday morning when? Oh, Sintesi, I'm not sure. Sorry. This is a Twitch stream piggyback. Yes, it is. But I'm watching both chats, dude. If you're still out there in internet land. So I heard it's in the morning on Sunday morning for me. So that would be Sunday afternoon. Sometime Sunday afternoon for you. If I'm thinking about it. Which time zone are you in, buddy? Do you think you could survive a barrel roll? Yeah. Are you 14 hours if he's in Aussie land? Yeah. You're plus 10? Okay, so you're plus 10, I'm minus 5. So 15 hours ahead. Or no. Are we minus 4 right now? I don't know. The time zones always change. It's sometime in the afternoon, dude. I would say like 4 p.m. Eastern or Eastern Australian time, AEST. That's a guess though. Double check it. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that right. Pretty sure. I mean, either way, Either way, Sintesi, like, I'll probably be here for it, guys. I watched Polaris launch. We watched the EVA. I'm not going to miss, even if it's on the weekend, I'm not going to miss it coming back down. My sleep schedule's already screwed, so whatever. From Sunday, September 15th, 7:45 UTC to 10:15 UTC. Yeah, that's super early in the morning for me. Yeah, okay, cool. Can I post a link to the Tram Championship live? No. So if it's 7:45 UTC, Sin, it's like 4 or 5 p.m. So I was right on the money. I was close, I think. Yeah. Time zones, man. Shadowman. Oh, Grimlock in Eastern time? That would be like 2:45 in the morning, I think. Really sweet, dude. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Yeah. At least you get to watch it during the freaking day, dude. The Polaris Dawn stuff is all at like 2, 3 in the morning. Sin, my sleep schedule is fricked. Totally fricked, dude. Totally, it's so bad. 3:30 to 6:30 a.m. Eastern for the window. I'm gonna be here for it, though. I'm gonna be here. We'll be here. But yeah, Sin, you can chill over in YouTube chat. That's fine. I am restreaming from Twitch as well. I simulcast now that Twitch allows us to do that. Yeah, if anybody over there on the YouTube side of things has any questions, yeah, just tag at EJSA. I'll see it. Love to hear more on the Blues thermal protection system. So they've developed a new TPS. Hold up a second, man. They've developed a new thermal protection system. They call it Comet. It's designed specifically for New Glenn. What are those? To be honest, I prefer the YouTube side of things. Being able to go backwards is worth its weight in gold. I think the YouTube has a better streaming player, but Twitch is an overall better option. Like the way chat integrates on Twitch, Norath, is way better, but I do definitely understand. Yeah, being able to rewind that YouTube stream, super useful. Has to be gigantic RCS. That's what. Have we seen those holes before? There's another Dave Limp thing here. Have we seen those before? I don't remember those being there. Oh, there you go, Aqualix. Thank you. I wonder what those are. It's for you and 3 of your homies. Yeah. Yeah, right. Hang on one second. I got a crap post on the Flame Trench chat. Okay, cool. Had to crap post over there. Yeah, I'm wondering what those are. I haven't seen those before. But anyway, also. Sorry. Couldn't help it. Dave Limp also posted this, dude. All right. So you're telling me there's a chance? Oh God, RB's here. Could be APU exhaust. We saw something similar in the operation of the control surfaces. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's RCS. If that's RCS or just a thermal exhaust port. it is above the umbilicals, so that kind of suggests something a little bit different, but you know, the AP lines, hold on. Yeah, those look to be a little big to be RCS, but either way, dude, look at that damn booster. What a freaking monster. They look cool, whatever they are. I mean, you get no argument from me there, dude. Pretty sure they were on the Dim Todd video, big old RCS. Oh, Dim Todd, the occasional Astro Boy? I love that guy. Yeah, that's a very... So, okay, I'm looking at that, and, you know, they look like RCS. It absolutely looks like reaction control system. So, like, little thrusters to be able to steer the thing. So, 2 questions. Those are off axis. Look at those thrusters in relation to the wing. Right? If the booster, if we were looking, this is my water bottle. If we were looking at the booster and the wings are obviously on the sides here, that thruster block is here. What would be the need to move the booster on the northeast southwest axis, so to speak? That's why I'm thinking maybe event line or something, dude. Wouldn't they have covers if it was the RCS? I don't know. I don't know what those are. For the angle of attack adjustment when gliding? Well, Sig, down here, say this is the business end. Say my water bottle. This is the business end, and this is where the wings are. Your center of mass during a landing operation is way back here. We know that because of the main lifting wings on Nuglins, right? So a thruster back here, you'd favor a small thruster that's farther away from your center of gravity to give you a better fulcrum, right? So... yeah, I don't know what those are. I really don't. I have no idea, and I did not notice them the last time I looked at this picture. Now, they are above your service service mast umbilicals. See? Those are your main umbilicals. Huh. Hang on 1 second, boys. Huh. What is this, RB? A 91 Camaro TPI tune port injection 383 manual project. It's $2,000 in Saratoga. How about you get your license and then go buy something like this, because that's super cool. You should buy it. It's a T-top though. It's gonna leak. It's got a wideband O2, Dakota Digital SGI 5 speedometer, $2,000. That's not bad, man. It's a pretty good price. Get your license. Then I would say buy it. Google Shuttle. Google asks, did you meet Chris Bergen? Makes me think it's some form of exhaust, being so close to right on the center of mass post main engine cutoff. Yeah. Could it be to control yaw on the bottom of the booster? It's possible, Snake. Guys, I noticed something just on a complete side note. I've often said, now, this is just a complete side note, EJ's wild speculation, so just bear with me here. I've often said that New Glenn is derived from SLS. I think it is. I really do. Either that or New Glenn uses the exact same tooling and jig suppliers as the SLS, because if you look at Tim's video, you look at all the... Sorry. If you look at Tim's video and you look at all the tooling around New Glenn's factory, Dude, it looks exactly like it looks like Michoud. It's the same equipment, painted the exact same colors by the exact same supplier. So that tells me that Blue did some snooping around at NASA and said, like, hey, can we lift this technology and make a 7-meter core? Even the umbilicals, dude, share a passing resemblance. The umbilicals share, I mean, that one's blurred. And that's a LOX umbilical, not a hydrogen or liquid fuel umbilical. But they do bear a passing resemblance, interestingly enough. Hey, bye, guy. Interesting. Interesting. Either way, yeah, I started noticing things in this that I hadn't seen. Also, one of the legs is open. I mean, that's a pretty simple. I mean, why not copy what is 30 years of design and analysis at this point? Yeah, Scary, it's an aluminum lithium ortho grid that's been stir welded. It's exactly like SLS. To be fair, it's exactly like Falcon 9 too. But who's to say that Falcon 9 that SpaceX didn't lift their tank design from a NASA technical report or something, dude? ULA uses a very similar design too, only I don't think they use I don't think they use aluminum lithium. I think they use 7000 series aluminum. They use aircraft grade aluminum, I think. Now, to be 100% honest with you, do I know the difference? Nope. Aluminum lithium and aluminum 7000 has a different name though, so I know enough to know about engineering that if they have a different name, they're probably different. Sorry, something's caught in my throat. Why wouldn't you? You got a bunch of suppliers expected to be producing more of that stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of the jigs in tooling. Dude, it sounds like they're made from it's all the same supplier. This looks exactly like SLS stuff. Like, see this jig piece back here? See all that? Especially these like gantries that they have. It looks all the same, dude. So here's what I'm talking about. No, not that one. Well, this doesn't show exactly what I'm talking about, but see the jig pieces back there for holding the boat tail section? Speaking of that news, the boat tail for Artemis 3, Kennedy team has received hardware from all over the globe for next few Artemis missions. That's the launch vehicle staging adapter being delivered, the boat tail for the Artemis 3 engine section, and the actual Artemis 3 engine section. I don't know why they moved it into the BAB, but hey, whatever. That is the European service module that's in the operations and checkout building. That's going to be mated to an Orion. It weighs 14 tons. Yeah, see, you can tell it weighs 14 tons because of the way it is. It's also a possibility that Blue Origin approached NASA's Flight Operation Directorate for advice about that kind of architecture, so they didn't have to start with a blank slate for things. Yeah, Pi, okay, let me be real with you guys. It's the same tooling manufacturer to make all the jigs. I'm talking about the stir welding jigs. It's the same thing. They're the same manufacturer. One's an 8.4 meter diameter, the other one's in 7. It's derived from it. I think, I'm not going to say, I don't think I should go so far as to say that New Glenn is SLS derived, but I kind of, is it bad if, yes, absolutely, serious. Damn. I don't want to go so far as to say that New Glenn is SLS derived, but I kind of want to, because people would get annoyed when I say that. I think that would be quite funny, actually. So that means that New Glenn's is Delta 6. Yeah, there you go. Yep. SLS is Delta 5. New Glenn is Delta 6. Sure. Oh, God. Oh, God. I understand crap posting about space flight, but that one felt really, really I didn't like saying that. I don't want to say that anymore. I just think aluminum all kind of works the same, so the machines are similar from one company to another. Yeah, it's possible. So, a little bit other Blue Origin news. Blue Origin has their second stage sitting on Slick 36, and they're going to do basically a green run on their second stage here, which is actually super rad. That's really cool. I mean, we don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know off the top of my head, but I mean, I don't know if you guys can derive scale here, but do you see the guy standing at the bottom? You don't? Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get a full green run, no Wrath, but yeah, I've heard they're gonna fire the whole thing. If it is still on track, it should be by the end of the week. Okay. Yeah, see the dude standing there? Yeah. Yeah, Newglands is kind of big. It's kind of big. I imagine there's also probably not a lot of competition in giant aluminum friction stir welding machine market. Yeah. The name of the supplier, Pie Guy, I'm forgetting. I'm blanking on the name of it. It's damn, what the hell is the name? They're a AAA automotive supplier. They make jigs for they're out of Detroit. Pragmatic, Transmatic or something. It's something like that. It's not Bechtel. No. Dude, their stuff actually works. I just looked at 7000 series aluminum. Apparently it's a family of aluminum zinc alloy. 8000 series would be aluminum lithium. See, Rem, that makes sense because ULA anodizes their tanks. Makes perfect sense. You would anodize something with a zinc coating, right? You wouldn't. I don't think anodizing lithium would be. I don't think that's even possible. And if it is possible, it sounds like fire. Ironically, they're rambling more without me. Really? I didn't realize how big Newglands was until I saw a comparing of its fairing to a Falcon 9 in Starship. It's massive and not too far off the size of Starship's fairing. Yeah, Snake, she's a beast, man. She's a beast. Did you say tanks? Oh, what happened to the howitzer? Oh, no. Oh. Oh. Bro, oh, that's expensive, man. Oh, what the oh. Oh, that's so expensive, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that's not a tank, dude. That's self-propelled artillery. Nice Mustang police car, but dude, actually, it doesn't look like the tank's in too bad a condition. but wait a minute. The tank is on a low boy. Where's the truck? There should be a truck. Where's the truck? That's the back of the trailer. There should be a piece and a fifth wheel and a tractor trailer somewhere here. Where's the truck? Uh-oh. Oh. The truck is conspicuously absent. video of the incident. I don't think the train probably messed the tank up too much, but I'm wondering where that tractor trailer is gone. Oh no. Oh no. I hope that guy got out. I'm pretty sure. Wait, I gotta ask. Tell me there's nobody in that. I'm not showing this video if the dude's in the truck, dude. He high centered. Yes, he did. Did the guy get out? I don't have this thing about I have this thing about showing death on stream. I don't do it. Tank ate crude and the driver was fine. He got out. No one was injured. All right, cool. So, all right, here's your treat for the day. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, shit. That's so expensive, dude. No. No. I didn't think it was going to be that loud. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Headphone users, one more time. One more time, headphone users. No. Dude, the train don't care. The train don't care. Ah! No. Oh, dude, it hit the barrel. The second locomotive. The cab of the second locomotive hit the barrel. Yep, that's a write-off. I agree with the guy. Oh, no. No. Oh, that poor paladin. Oh, no. Dude, that noise, man. Oh, no. Bro. Dude, you know, the AC, what is that, AC 6000? You don't get in front of that thing. That thing's got 6,600 horsepower. And it's really freaking heavy, as you can tell. See, here, guys, is a lesson in momentum. Train is not moving fast, but train is a lot of mass. Train fricks up anything that gets in the way. I'm gonna frick you up, man. Yep, it just moved that paladin out of the way like it was nothing. That's not, okay, here's some, okay. I think that's a paladin. It's an M109, that's definitely it. How much mass is this? Oh, it's a Cadillac. Ah, Chevy, never mind. Oh. Yeah, that's 40 tons. 40 tons. That's an M109A7. The M109A7 is 38 tons. Is that one only 27? Which one is it? I don't think we've used the A1 in a long time. That looked, I mean, it was painted in desert camo, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that was an A6 or an A7. It's definitely an A7 because it has the gun rigging on it. Or the barrel. Yeah, that, okay. Okay. Oh, it's got an 8V71 in it. Oh, now I want it. Anyway, so that, that's 40 tons or 30, so 27, and it moved it out of the way like nothing. Yeah. The train was just like, I'm the juggernaut! Boom! That's why trains are dope. That's why trains are dope. It is kind of impressive, man. This is a lesson in energy. The train is not going very fast, but the train is super freaking heavy. So it has a lot of inertia. That kinetic energy, you could see that kinetic energy of the train getting applied to the paladin. I kind of want to see the train now. I will bet you kick the train is fine. It doesn't even look like that train derailed. I'm telling you, dude. All right, so here, you want to... That's an AC 6000, I'm pretty sure. See? It's one of those. You want to see how much that thing weighs? Dude, it's 200 tons. It's 200 tons, and there's two of them with a freight with a consist behind it. That's 400 tons at the very least. Get the frick out of my way. Dude, isn't that crazy? That's a train, son. Don't stand in front of them. I think I'll have to take a mulligan on this one. It deleted that tank. Hang on one second. Just had a message that I needed to answer. Also, apparently my Fidelity account has been hacked. I don't have a Fidelity account. But it's been hacked. Anyway, trains are awesome. We should get trains at Satisfactory. Ever see the movie Unstoppable? They tried to derail it with portable deraillers and it blew the derailleurs off the track. Yeah. Trains have a lot of kinetic energy, Brandon. A lot of kinetic energy. Yeah, they do. So that sucks for that thing because yeah, the locomotive hitting that barrel probably bent the snot out of it. Reminds me of that scene in GoldenEye. It does. I am invincible. My mom says she got the same text, delete. Yeah, duh. Of course. Give me 1 second. What a coincidence. All our Fidelity accounts are all hacked at the same time. Yeah, it's so strange, right? Right? Oh, I know. I work around trains. Oh, all right, Brandon. Right on. Sorry. Weekend plans. Oh, nice. As a truck driver, I could say that truck driver did a lot of things wrong. There's a phone number right next to every single train crossing. He should have called that phone number. He also should have planned his route better. Well, Ernock, I'm not gonna lie to you. This first camera shot is pretty damn telling of how this all went down. Here, before the Suburban gets in the way. Dude, there's no way. Dude, I don't know nothing about driving trucks. Look at that railroad cross. There is no way you're getting a lowboy over that. Like, dude, I could have told you that. I know nothing about trucks. I know snot about trucks. I almost said it. Sorry. Yeah, that. How much do one of those M109s cost? Just out of curiosity. Dude, that thing is totally... Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. It didn't look like it hit the M109 on the, like, dead center. It definitely hit the back wheels of the truck. From what I can tell. I mean, it tells you where the damn truck is. It's over there somewhere. But 1.5 million. Whoops. Did you see the video from the BBC? It's a guy driving alongside the tracks and it shows the train after the crash. I think that video is in here, dude. Hold on. If you operator know lowboy, you should know that you can override the self-leveling system. Yeah, mistakes were made. Here, hold on. Just... God, that's so difficult to watch, man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a write-off. That Paladin's definitely a write-off. And it's not scrap either. Look, they have a barrel plug over the barrel. That's not like, oh, this is junk, we're taking it to the scrapyard. Yeah, that's a legit one. Not anymore. It's not. Dude. Oh. Dude, the train does not give a single frick. It does not care. It just kept going. Oh. Hey guys, what's that sign say? No. 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 There's a sign that says don't do. It's right there! You drove right past it! Oh my god! That's so bad. That's so bad. Low boys are height adjustable. Not adjustable enough. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ernock. Look at where the trailer is, as opposed to where the truck is. Dude, he shorted the turn. Oh my. He shorted the turn. Bro. Oh my god. The more I look at this, the worse it gets. Are his tire marks in the grass? Yes, they're right there. Bro, they're... This just gets even worse. Oh my god. Oh god. Yeah, he was trying to scream. Dude, what are you doing? No. Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your trailer's off. No, it isn't. It was a Swift driver. Yeah, he could swiftly go to the unemployment line. Dude, that's like over $1 million of payload right there. Oh, dude. How much you want to bet that the M109's barrel is warped after that? Oh, God. Oh, it's so cringe. Dude, I can't, oh, God, I can't stop watching that, dude. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Wait, it is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Yeah, that barrel's toast. You'd squib a 155 out of that thing. We don't need to do that. The train did stop, but it takes 3/4 of a mile. The Morin will never ever be given a CDL ever again. Never mind that. All the gearing in the turret is probably screwed as well. Yeah. Swift, see what I can frick up today. Oh, no. Yeah, dude, look at the trailer. He tried to go over it sideways. Bruh. Claim report: 1 truck, 1 trailer, a tank, and a train. Oh, he found out, Pandaroo. That dude found out. He got a really good lesson in physics. Oh, jeez. And how hard that train hit the barrel. I'll bet you the barrel hitting the train did more damage to the locomotive than the initial collision. SWIFT stands for sure wish I'd finished training. Too good. That's too funny, man. Damn off. Sure wish I'd finished training. Oh, God. Dude, I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. Oh, boy, that's pretty good. Hang on, I just gotta check something. Honestly, that SPG is cooked. I mean, Kilroy, to be 100% real with you, not much is going to survive getting hit by a 200-ton locomotive. 200 tons going at even going like 15 miles an hour. The energy. Train's not going fast, but it has a lot of mass. That is a lesson, like I said, that is a lesson in momentum and inertia. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking something over on NSF. They just ended Flame Trench. Just want to make sure everything's copacetic over there real quick. Have they trenched with the flame? Yeah, they just finished. I've been watching it. I've been watching it up there. They did a good job. Good stuff, man. Once again, I was bumming that I couldn't be there today, but it is what it is. It is what it be, so it do. Well, you won't be in the ending clips? No, that's for sure. Take a look at Space Coast Live for a second, bottom left. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line. An operator will be with you shortly. Washington Post article. Glitched. Yeah. Oh. Let's see what's going on with Space Coast Live. Hey. Yo, there it is. There it is. You can see some frost coming through there, coming through the trees. Second stage, the second stage. Florgid. Yeah, see up there? See the clouds? You could just barely see it. It's a little misty. They're tanking that second stage for firing it. And the flare stack is active, baby. Yeah. Send it, Blue. Send it. Send it, Blue. Shoot the J. Shoot it. They need to set up cameras on the beach. I'm pretty sure the Air Force would have something, or Space Force would have something to say about that, but yeah. Anyway. Cool. Cool. Okay. So, there... Speaking of the Space Coast, SpaceX posted some jobs this afternoon that you might find a little interesting. Here, check this out. Here you go. Oh boy. Butter. Oh. Yep. That's. Things are a little frosty, Sarah's. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Yep, this is indeed where this happened. Cool Suburban. Oh, what's that dude got over there? Yeah. There's no tank in the picture. How could he know? You know what? You're not wrong. Yeah, this also says you're going to shoot out electricity from contacting the ground. See, it's this post. This sign is clearly false advertising. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, so SpaceX posted some new job applications here. Let's see what we got. What do we got? This is for Cape Canaveral. Launchpad technician for Starship. Fabricate and install fluid components from a schematic or engineering drawing, including but not limited to ball valves, check valves, pressure regulators, and pressure gauges. Cool. What else? What is this one? Senior Counsel for Environmental. That's... Ooh. Well... That's pretty funny. That's got me written all over it. I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy for that job, dude. The other one, though, yeah. If that's what you were talking about, then yes. Look at the qualifications. Juris Doctor degree, Active licensed attorney, 8+ years of experience working with U.S. federal environmental laws. Preferred skills. Comprehensive and up-to-date knowledge of federal laws, familiarity with the environmental laws in California, Texas, and or Florida. All right. Experience with litigation and administrative proceedings. Experience in working with U.S. federal agencies such as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Demonstrated ability to work cross-functionality and build strong relationships with other businesses. $220,000 to $260,000 per year. Nice. What's that technician's job pay? Level 3 tech is $38 an hour. It's not bad. Not too bad. How much would that be? Hold on. Not bad. About 70 G's. 70 G's a year. That's not bad at all. It's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Anyway, I bet lots of OT as well. Yeah, if you're an hourly position, yeah, I guess you do get OT. Oh man, put me in on a Sunday, you get time and a half, dude. Let's go. Time and a half, man. You're at time and a half, man, you'd be making 6 figures. If you worked like 50, 60 hours a week, rake like 10 to 15 hours a week at overtime, hell yeah, man. If I was like 22, I would do that. Sure. I'd be like, yo, I can turn a wrench. Let's do it. Also, the company was Futuramic. That's the name of it. Yes. They're a contractor out of a AAA supplier. They make like automotive equipment and stuff. Futuramic. Yep. They're out of Michigan. And there's the jig. There's the exact jig that I'm talking about, Mutter. Thank you. Was that a littoral? Don't tell me, Futuramic, that you had anything to do with a littoral combat ship, because we don't, yeah. Yeah, see? There it is. Circumferential dome welding tool. Dude, look at that thing. That thing is art. Oh, that's sick. I would do that job in a heartbeat, but you're Canadian. Nathan, come here. Get citizenship. You should, I mean, it's not doable, dude. Dude, look at that mill. Holy balls, that's sick. That's freaking cool, dude. That is a huge freaking mill. Dude, it's like a freaking train. That is a bit large. What else you got in here? What else they got? Oh no, go forward. Got some metal brakes in there. Futuramic tooling to hold. Oh, they made the SLS integration pieces too. Anything here with Blorgen? Dude, look at, they make all the equip. Hey, all right. All right. Hey, all right. Yeah, they make ULA stuff too. Dude, they have to make blues. There's no way. There's a lot of pretty cool names on here. Jeez, no wonder all the integration equipment looks the same from like Blue Origin, you know, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed. No wonder it all looks the same. It's all made by the same people. That's freaking sweet, dude. Yeah, BMW. Yeah. Let me see where they are. All made in Taiwan. Any space news connection since Boeing started their strike? No. Yeah, 33,000 Boeing workers started their strike today. I don't know. I think it's for Boeing commercial airliners, though. I'm not sure if it's company-wide or something. Let's see. Where are they? Where's Warren? Up here. That's Chrysler right there. That's where they make trucks. They make Rams, Dodge Rams and stuff there. That factory right there. They said they're in Warren, so there's only so many places that you could be there. Oh, dude, look at that big. It's a big plant. That's Sterling Heights. I would just Google it, but I like doing this way. This is fun for me, okay? Just let me have my moment. Okay, we'll just go. Cool. Okay, I know where this is. As in Sterling Trucks? No. Sterling Heights is a city in Metro Detroit. Well, all the plants that have IAM members, yeah. So where are we? Were we at 7th? What mile are we at here? Roads. $9 mile. Okay. 10. 8 mile. Yes, that 8 mile. Yeah, it's up 10 in Sterling. It's in Warren at 10th. Okay. Cool. Detroit's a lot of grids. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's literally one of the easiest cities to navigate by car. The roads go north, south, east, west, and they're all numerical. It's very simple. I think the only thing easier to navigate would probably be like Manhattan. Cool. It's no River Rouge. Sterling Heights is cool, but it's no River Rouge. Just saying. Oh, yeah. Look at that, boy. That's where the F-150 is made, right there. I tell you what. Dang, boy, those trucks are right. Ugh. Phoenix is easy to navigate. Yeah, but nobody likes Phoenix. That's the problem. Anyway. All right. Glitch, do you want to hear about that? You said it was a BBC article? Word? Give me 1 second, guys. All right. EJ's on his phone again. Someone get the teacher. Shut up. Washington Post. At least that's where you saw it. So you're talking about... Beta spaceplane. Hey, Tib. How you doing? Off the phone, you're streaming here. Hey, I'm talking to my brother-in-law. Leave me alone. Just off shift, no EJ on the trench. I forgot to say that I was available for the flame trench, dude. So they didn't schedule me for the flame trench. I'm bummed because I wanted to be on flame trench because there was a lot of cool stuff this week to talk about, but what are you gonna do? So we have combustion byproducts here. Yeah, level, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's the National Academy of Sciences paper that we looked at the other day. Let me see if I still have it up. Or we could just go to the, I think, Christian Davenport. Where is he? That paper got brought up at work. I thought you might like to know that. I thought it was your show. How do you not get scheduled? Titled Underfunded, Aging NASA Might Be on an Unsustainable Path. All right. Well, it's not his. I co-hosted. I'm usually really good about saying that I'm gonna be there. Like, I'm usually on it, but Polaris Dawn and its weird schedule, they posted it and I was just totally fried when they posted it, and I didn't. Everybody filled in because they assumed that I didn't want to be on it. It's all good, man. There's no drama here or anything. It's just weird schedule. I mean, I'm bummed, but hey, they did a good job. I was watching it the entire time. D, Sawyer, Ryan, and Doss did fine. So whatever. I ain't worried. I'm trying to find that National Academy of Sciences thing. We talked about it on Wednesday. Here it is. I found it. It's not the Washington Post article, it's the source document though. It's bad. Pi, you said it got brought up. It's bad. This is not, dude. I talked about this a little bit during Satisfactory, but I want to talk about it again. Maybe you have it so that you're automatically penciled in the flame trench unless you specifically say otherwise. I kind of thought that's what was going on, Tessa, but or at least that they would. At least that they would ask. They didn't even ask, so I just went into the Flame Trench channel this morning and I was like, hey, we ready to do this? And they're like, why? Are you available? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, we already booked it. I'm like, oh, I forgot to. Who knows, dude? Once again, it is what it is. I should probably tell them that I'm ready to do it, but yeah, it's all good. So, this is the article, Glitched. Tib, what's up? At least look at some point. Also, have you talked about Beyond Gravity and the Ariane 6 Terran R fairings? Yeah, I did talk. I talked about those, not on this Space News, but I did before. Yeah, exactly. Relativity posted. They posted Ariane 6 fairings. And I'm like, look at our fairings, and they're definitely not. I mean, they might use the same fairing, but it's all RUAG. Yeah. So. I did talk about this in some pretty good detail the other day. What this article basically says here. Pi, did you see that part right there? See who's the chair of this? You see that part? Yeah, I was here when you read it. Oh, okay, good. I'll check it out. I sent Beyond Gravity an email, and now they're following you on Twitter. Really, Tim? Well, well, all right, that's cool. Why is the guy from Hyundai on the council? I don't know. So what this paper essentially says is that NASA has a big problem. The big problem is they have an aging workforce, they're not leading cutting edge technology, and they have really no long-term goals. This was a paper that was, believe it or not, this paper was chaired by a bunch of people. I showed you their names just a second ago, from the National Academy of Sciences. And this paper was actually part of the CHIPS Act, if just for some context. That was Biden's infrastructure bill, if you really want to know. It was part of the CHIPS Act in 2022. And this report found some very interesting stuff. I'll cut to the chase here. Just give me one moment. Let me load up the PDF here. It's down here a little ways. He could be Kari, the Hyundai guy. All right, check this out. Core findings. The committee offers several core findings that, in its view, rise to the highest level of priority. These issues have cross-cutting connotations that impact more than one of the three resource areas cited in the legislation mentioned above and are interrelated. The committee's findings regarding these high-priority core issues are as follows. Core 1. NASA's ability to pursue high-risk, long-lead science and technology challenges and opportunities in aeronautics, space science, earth science, and space operations and exploration has arguably been the agency's greatest value to the nation. Pursuit of such potentially transformative opportunities requires consistency of purpose, consistent long-term funding commensurate with the tasks it has been asked to undertake, a technically skilled workforce able to devote sustained efforts to address challenging problems, and leading-edge equipment and supporting infrastructure that enable work at the cutting edge of science and engineering. Core 2. NASA faces internal and external pressures to prioritize short-term means without adequate consideration of long-term needs and implications. This produces adverse impacts on contracting, budgeting, finding, infrastructure, R&D, and the execution of NASA's mission portfolio. If left unchecked, these pressures are likely to result in a NASA that is incapable of satisfying national objectives over the long term. Core finding 3. NASA's budget is often incompatible with scope, complexity, and difficulty of its mission work. The long-term impacts of this mismatch include erosion of capabilities in workforce, critical infrastructure, and advanced technology development. The current relative allocations of funding to mission work as compared with that allocated to institutional support has degraded NASA's capabilities to the point where the agency's sustainability is in question. Core finding 4. NASA's shift to milestone-based purchase of service contracts for a first-of-its-kind low technology readiness level mission work can, if misused, erode the agency's in-house capabilities, degrade the agency's ability to provide creative and experienced insight and oversight of programs, and put the agency in the United States at a risk of program failure. Heard this one before. Well, I heard it before when I read this paper before, but hey, whatever. We went a good ways into it the other day. Mission effectiveness across NASA is comprised by slow and cumbersome business operations that have been a consequence of legitimate efforts to increase efficiency and better coordinate complex tasks. Over the past decade, significant responsibilities and authorities for major programs previously delegated at the center level have been shifting to mission directorates. This may have potentially compromised checks and balances for a clear and independent technical oversight. While the optimum allocation of checks and balances can depend on the needs of a particular organization and mission, incorrectly establishing this balance can have extreme impacts. Core 7 finding. 7. Although NASA has successfully carried out many extraordinarily challenging missions over its lifetime, the agency has a continuing failing on conveying to external stakeholders accurate cost, schedule, technology readiness estimates, as well as estimated levels of budgetary reserves needed for complex major development projects. The profound negative consequences of this are felt far beyond the specific projects, producing the delays and unanticipated funding demands. This basically says all the things that I have said have been wrong with NASA for like the last 10 years. Yeah, that's what this paper basically says. No long-term goal. Not having a long-term goal incentivizes contractors to milk NASA for all they're worth, and NASA just sits there and takes it. You've probably heard me say that many times. That's what Core Finding 7 just said. What this is causing is infighting between facilities. And instead of each NASA center doing its own work, right, it's all getting centralized. And because it's getting centralized, it's creating infighting, which people compete for funding, which means one mission can squeeze another mission, Viper. And internal and external pressures to prioritize short-term measures without adequate consideration of long-term needs. Okay, so Glitched, we go through this whole thing, right? Here's where I'm at. I pretty much agree with everything that this paper is saying. I agree with everything that it's saying, and I think it's right. Do you know, Glitched, have you heard me talk about what I think is the most sustainable way forward? I think NASA needs to be able to duplicate what SpaceX can do. NASA needs parity. They need their own independent space program that can be supplemented by commercial contractors. That is the most sustainable way forward. That protects the commercial industry because NASA is always... That protects the commercial industry from collapsing because NASA always has a resupply contract or a commercial crew program or something to keep the science going for commercial contractors, and that incentivizes the commercial low Earth orbit economy to basically stay in business. It stabilizes it, but it also makes it so NASA can push the boundaries of space without having to incur the cost of like operating an ISS or something, for instance. You could, and if the commercial contractors want to go to the moon with you, well, that's great. There needs to be parity. NASA needs to have its own space program operated old school, like the Apollo program. But if SpaceX wants to go to the moon too, that's fine as well. And NASA would be great for supplementary, it would be great for supplementary resupply. But NASA has to have its own in-house stuff. If it doesn't, NASA is heading to a crossroads. I've talked about this many times. They're heading to a crossroads. And my personal thought about when this crossroads is when Starship gets a human rating certification. Because when Starship gets a human rating certification, what point does SLS have? What's the point of having SLS? There is no point. Right now, there is. And if NASA gets some long-term goals and sees this Artemis program through and actually funds it realistically, or it's not even funding, at least plans it realistically, 4 launches a year, build out that gateway if you really want to do that. Lunar base, if you really want to do that, you got to scale up SLS. If NASA does that, then we're in the position where Starship can supplement a national space program. It can make it better, right? If we don't do that and Starship gets a human rating certification, it's extremely hard to justify SLS existing at all, right? And I know what people are going to say. EJ, why use SLS in the first place? Because I'm greedy and I want more rockets. Ain't nobody going to tell me that more rockets are bad for the spaceflight economy. That's not true and patently false, right? No one's going to... That's ridiculous. We're in the position where we could have an Apollo program and have Starship at the same time. Why would you not want that as a spaceflight fan? See what I'm talking about? NASA is coming to a crossroads. Nobody wants to work there. The kids don't want to work there anymore. They want to work at SpaceX. You know why? SpaceX is pushing the boundaries. They're actually making strides here. Well, not if the FAA has anything to say about it. But it was a joke, right? And the people that are currently working at NASA are aging, and there's no new fresh crop of people because they all went to SpaceX and Blue Origin. This paper talks about that, which is really funny, right? And because of that, your aging workforce is retiring. NASA is coming to a crossroads where they're basically going to be a management organization. And we saw how well NASA in the management area works. We saw that in 1986, how good of an idea that is, right? So NASA is coming to a crossroads, and it's not good. I agree with everything this paper says, and something needs to be done about it. However, yeah, more orgs doing their own stuff, the better. They work together versus against each other. Cooperation. Well, you have to have one program that brings them all together so they don't fight for cost. But here's my big thing, Glitched. And I said it once, I'll say it again. I like this paper. I like everything that this says. It talks about funding. It talks about purchasing power, GDP, and how NASA is basically falling off a cliff. I want you to look right here. See this? Right here. 2013. The all-time low on NASA's funding, with the exception of right after Apollo was canceled. And obviously before NASA existed. I want you to see that. That is the lowest of the low in 2013. The lowest of the low, arguably, over the last 40 years. Just remember that. Remember. Keep that in mind. Now, let me prepare some stuff for you. And if you guys have seen this, you already know what I'm going to say. But here, just hear me out. Let me explain it to some other people. Okay. NASA, because they canceled Constellation, basically they build it as commercial can do it better, all right? And commercial can do it cheaper, right? They build that. They axed Constellation in 2010, and they got rid of the space shuttle. They got rid of Constellation, and maybe SpaceX can do it in the future. They build that as, we can get more done for less, so the commercial partners will get more done. The reality of it is they use that as an excuse to gut NASA like a fish. Okay? That's the reality of that situation. Canceling Constellation was done to save money. Period. Not save money and commercial will be able to do it better later, even though that's what they said. They lied. Politicians, what do you want? The reality of that situation is that they kept part of the Constellation program, the Commercial Orbital Transport Services and Commercial Crew Transportation Capabilities contract, CCT CAP and COTS. They kept those parts of the Constellation program. They axed everything else. And they said, whatever, commercial can do it. It's cheaper. It's a better solution. We don't need a national space program. Congress said, the freaking hell that's going to happen, right? And started designing a rocket by committee. It did take some time, but they started designing and funding a rocket by committee in 2014, 2015, 2016, SLS, right? We all know how that ended, designed by committee. All right, so what's the point that I'm trying to make? So the impetus for canceling Constellation comes from another committee. A committee that was established that wrote a paper called the Review of Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. This paper is the impetus for Constellation being canceled. That's why this paper was submitted, or this committee submitted their findings to the White House, and the White House said, this is awful, get rid of it. Now, the interesting thing about this, Glitch, right? The interesting thing about this, again, and then NASA got the shaft after that, as is tradition. The interesting thing about that is all of the problems that this paper says are wrong, no long-term goals, a brain drain, not pushing the cutting edge, etc., etc. All of these problems, I would argue, this is the EJ's opinion part, All these problems, I would argue, are because you got rid of Constellation. Constellation was a 30-year roadmap for everything that NASA needs to do to retire the space shuttle, replace it with an interim low Earth orbit thing so you don't lose stopgap capability going to the ISS, turn low Earth orbit over to commercial, hint, hint, that part actually happened. That's what Commercial Crew is. And then use the rocket that you engineered as a stopgap to build a bigger rocket to eventually get back to the moon in the 2020s, and then use that rocket to develop transfer vehicles that are nuclear powered to get back to Mars in the 2030s. It was a 30-year roadmap with a direct path to the moon and then right to Mars, using the moon as a training ground to go to Mars. The Artemis program does have similar goals. The problem the problem with the Artemis program is what this paper actually says. The National Space Flight Council paper. There's no scheduling milestones. It's just, we're going to do this in this year, maybe. We're going to do this in this year, maybe. Artemis 3 might launch in 2026. It might launch in 2020. There's no roadmap. There's no long-term goals. That is what this paper says is wrong, right? And I think it's fair to say that the reason why all these problems are here is because they gutted the 30-year roadmap under the guise of saving money, right? Would you say that's fair? Right? Would you say that's fair? Here's the thing. Here's where I'm getting a little confused. Okay? Let's go back up here. Committee on Mission Critical Workforce Infrastructure and Technology. Look who's the chair of this. Guy by the name of Norman Augustine. He's an ex-Lockheed Martin CEO. Okay? Lockheed Martin CEO, that makes sense. Yeah, the paper that got Constellation canceled, look who chaired it. Spoiler alert, it's not called the Augustine Commission for no reason. Someone's playing games. I don't trust it. Yeah, it just had no criticism for Orion, by the way. Yeah, that's weird. Norman Augustine chaired the review of the United States Human Spaceflight Program. He chaired the review board that got Constellation canceled. And now he's writing a paper about what's wrong with NASA, saying all these problems need to be fixed. Bitch, you created these problems. What the frick? You suddenly just turned a freaking new leaf now? Oh yeah, these are all real big problems. Bro, you caused these. You helped cause this problem. The paper is right. I agree with everything that paper says. NASA need long-term goals. They need to have their own in-house space agency. That's supplemented by commercial, not replaced by it. They need all that. Or you're going to turn NASA into a management thing like the FAA. And if you do that, someone's going to die. I will tell you this right now. Someone will die. You know why? Because you're replacing positions that are for engineers. You're replacing them with MBAs. Because we know how well that worked in the private sector, right? Hey, what's going on with Boeing lately? Oh, that's a great idea. Let's just replace positions that should be engineers doing hands-on engineering work with MBAs. Good call. No. The funny thing is, that paper mentions it. That paper says that exact thing will get someone killed. The paper, this one, the one that did this thing. Yet, this guy chaired this board, and he chaired the board that got Constellation canceled. What? I don't trust it. I don't trust you. You didn't just turn a new leaf. You know how I know he didn't turn a new leaf? This paper. Look at this paper down here. Down here, Louis. Let's go. Come on. Look. I told you. The result of the Review of Human Spaceflight Plans Committee, all right? ended up with NASA getting its lowest budget in the last 40 years. And that was the result of an Augustine Commission. Fun fact, that's the second Augustine Commission. The first Augustine Commission is responsible for that right there. See that? That is when they looked at the funding for Space Station Freedom and decided, oh, it's too expensive. We shouldn't do that. Just use Russian stuff instead. That's fine. And then used it as an excuse to gut NASA like a fish. Augustine was on that commission. So this melon farmer, that melon farmer right there is responsible for canceling 2 U.S. major space projects. Space Station Freedom and the Constellation program. And all of a sudden, he's turning a whole new leaf, huh? You turn a whole new leaf? That's rich. I don't believe that shit for a second. I don't trust you. What the hell? And this goes along with what I've been thinking. Someone's playing games. Someone's playing games with NASA. Someone has an axe to grind here. There are ulterior motives here that aren't in the best interest of spaceflight. Oh yeah, I would also glitch. I'm going to tell you this as a matter of record here, okay? This program, dude, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that canceling Constellation caused basically all of these problems. I want to point out this 219-page report on NASA's ailing problems mentions the Constellation program once. And it mentions it as a matter of fact. That's real convenient. Yeah. Look, man, I'm the one that always says don't try to go and prove a boogeyman, right? Confirmational bias here, but also at the same time, what this committee found is frankly unforgivable. Unforgivable. The damage that this committee caused to our national space program is unforgivable. They did it under the guise of saving money, and all it did was make a more wasteful, less efficient, not cutting edge, and frankly no goal rocket that does nothing. We paid the same price for a rocket that does nothing. And that is a direct result of this. The damage that this commission caused, we are still reeling from this. This was in 2010. I'm sorry, man. This guy is like #1 on my shit list. What? And all of a sudden, he's just, this is what NASA needs to do to fix all of it. Bro, this is what they were doing before you fricked it up. The Bush years were rough for science. Try again, Kilroy. This was in 2010. He had nothing to do with it. In fact, NASA had a 30-year roadmap from Bush's second term. They had a 30-year roadmap. Now, once again, I'm not saying that, you could say he's a good president, you say he's a bad president. I'm just saying the spaceflight policy was quite good. 30-year roadmap. He got a 30-year program basically on the books as a way to show where we need to go and what we need to do to lead spaceflight through the 21st century. So, Glitched, I'm really confused here. I'm confused. This paper says everything that I agree with. But all the problems that this paper cites were the result of a committee that was chaired by the same guy. I don't know what to think here. What am I supposed to do with this? What do you think is the most likely outcomes from this report? I don't know. Probably nothing. Yeah, once again, it doesn't even mention Constellation. It mentions Constellation once. Very interesting. Dial tone. Yeah. Oh, I let it piss me off, glitched. That pissed me off, dude. I'm so angry. I'm seething right now over here. But seriously, what the hell am I supposed to think? I've been reading about policy and all NASA's policy frick-ups for years. To try and, because anybody can sit there and say that, oh, SLS is an issue, the costs are too high. Any idiot can say that. Why? What are the problems? Why is this problem the way that it is? Going and searching for that answer is going to, or searching for the reasons is going to get you the answer. And I've been able to trace this back, as far as I could tell. All the problems that NASA is ailing from right now comes from getting rid of our policy and the lack of long-term vision for NASA. That's the problem. And every time NASA has tried to have some semblance of long-term vision over the last 40 years, this bozo comes along with one of his committees and ruins it. Seriously, read the Augustine Commission, guys. Read some of the conclusions. Some of the conclusions that they came to just... It's so bad. See, here, look. The committee concluded that the ultimate goal of human exploration is to chart a path for human expansion into the solar system. It also observed that destinations should derive from goals, and human spaceflight objectives should broadly align with key national objectives. Destinations beyond low Earth orbit were considered by the committee, including the Moon, Mars, and near-Earth objects, as well as moons of Mars, Phobos, and Deimos. Among these, the committee felt that Mars stands prominently above all other opportunities for exploration, because if humans are ever to live for long periods of time on another planetary surface, it's likely going to be on Mars. The committee's final report mentions the possibility of evaluating near-Earth objects as their utility as sites for mining of in-situ resources. The committee judged the 9-year-old Constellation program to be so behind schedule, underfunded and over budget. Yeah, okay, pick one, guys. Yeah, see, the committee's conclusions. What is it, over budget or is it underfunded? Have you ever considered that it's over budget because it's underfunded? Costs are spiraling out of control because you asked them to build a $2 billion rocket and you gave them $100 million to do it? That meeting any of its goals would not be possible. Oh yeah, oh yeah, so canceling it is the solution. Oh, okay. Yeah, that really got us a lot further, didn't it? The president removed the program from the 2010 budget, effectively canceling the program. One component of the program, the Orion crew capsule, was added back to plans, but as a rescue vehicle to complement the Soyuz in returning station crews to Earth in the event of an emergency. The proposed ultimate goal for human spaceflight would appear to require two basic objectives: physical sustainability and economic sustainability. I'm going to slap this person. I'm going to slap the person that typed that sentence. In Minecraft. The committee adds a third objective. Oh, the third objective is to meet objectives. Oh, okay. Thanks. These might include international cooperation, developing new industries, energy independence, reducing climate change, national prestige. Therefore, the ideal destination should contain resources such as water to sustain life. Also proving oxygen for breathing and hydrogen to combine with oxygen for rocket fuel. I'd like to point out that at the time when this program was canceled, but part of the Constellation program in the science budget included a program called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which discovered water on the moon at the ice caps. Just putting it out there. Precious and industrial metals and other resources that may be of value for space construction and perhaps some cases worth returning to Earth. See asteroid mining. Okay. So the guys saw the Constellation program and said, oh, it's 2 years behind schedule. We're never going to get it done. Frick it. We need to rethink the whole thing. But we need to rethink the whole thing that's basically the same thing, but different. Just different this time. And now, 15 years later, the same guy is chairing a committee that's saying that all of NASA's problems come from the lack of long-term goals. Where in here do you see anything about a long-term goal? Go ahead. Oh, wait. Anything concrete. Because if you click on the Constellation program, right? The Constellation program has 3 very distinct slashes in it. Earth, the moon, and Mars. It is a stepping stone from one to the other. That's the whole idea. It's a stepping stone. So a better long-term goal would be removing iterative steps on the stepping stone and basically making NASA's long-term goals a thing without schedule milestones. Yeah, how did that work out? And now Homeboy's chairing a committee that says exactly that. Dude, you're the one that caused this problem. Twice. You see what I'm saying? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm grasping at straws here. I don't know. But I hope something good comes of this paper, but I can't help but think in the back of my mind, and you can call me a Charlie Day psychopath, you'd probably be right. I can't help but think in the back of my mind that there's an ulterior motive here. Oh yeah, I would also like to add that the Augustine Commission found that the Orion capsule was... Oh, we should keep the Orion capsule. The guy that chaired it is an ex-Lockheed CEO. Orion's made by Lockheed. Oh, that's just weird coincidence, dude. Charlie was onto something with killing Middens. What? Yep. I don't get it. This guy's a Lockheed dude. Surely NASA being alive benefits him. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it, Uncaptain. I don't understand. This paper makes no sense to me. This committee has been the most detrimental thing to the U.S. space program since canceling Apollo by a long shot. And the funding corroborates that. And then this guy, in this paper, they have the gall of saying that NASA's cash strapped. Gee, I wonder why. That's weird. Anyway. Which it totally should be. Why wouldn't we use the moon as a stepping stone? It's so awesome for testing all this stuff before we get to the big goals of Mars. Because there's some people at NASA, Glitch, that think we shouldn't go to the moon. We've already been there. That is the most Bush League bottom feeder spaceflight fan point of view I've ever seen in my life. It's Bush League. Saying let's go to Mars right now without any scheduling milestones gets you the Artemis program. See last tag. Sure. Where are we going to get over this? CEOs know everything stuff. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. It's infuriating. Dude, I discussed this paper at length from the Space News on Wednesday. I was so angry. I was so mad, dude. Do you think that Augustine is an incompetent, not suitable for task, or is pushed to come up with particular conclusions in these reports? I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. That's what I mean. I don't get it. I don't get it. How can you write a paper that says about all these problems that NASA is facing, and another committee that you chaired 15 years ago is the direct result of all these problems? Why are we listening to this guy? But see, here's the thing. Why are we listening to him? But this paper, the National Academy of Sciences paper, is right. It's correct. I don't know. Yeah, we've been there. Most bottom feeder Bush League take I've ever seen in my life. It's peak, that dude, Red, that's peak Dunning-Kruger. And what's ridiculous to me is that there are apparently people at NASA that think this. Dude, I'm telling you, you want to get annoyed? You want to know why EJ gets annoyed anytime constellation cancellation gets brought up? Read this paper. It is so bad. It is such it that committee paper, the one that got constellation canceled, reads like somebody on space Twitter wrote it. That's what it reads. That's how it reads. It's so ridiculously bad. Like, dude, we saw, you guys saw excerpts from it, and the excerpts are just awful. Bring him on as a guest on Flame Trench program. I would get blacklisted from interviewing anybody. I wouldn't be able to keep my
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, French Invader, 29-month resub. Thank you. I wouldn't be able to do it, man. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd get so mad. Like, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. I would love to, though. I'd be like, hey. Actually, honestly, my first question I'd go right to the point. I'd be like, why did you say Constellation should be canceled? Why did you make that paper? Why did you recommend that? What did you think was going to happen? Because you've done this before. You submitted a paper before that got Space Station Freedom canceled. Yeah, Augustine's done this 2 times over the last 30 years. He's done it twice. And why are you saying the opposite of everything that you said? Yeah, dude, reading this just gets even worse. Yeah, Rem, I'm not sure if I could do that, but we'll see. Dude, you aren't going to believe this. In 1999, he helped found InQtel, a venture capital firm sponsored by the CIA
to keep the Orion, but cancels Constellation. That would make Orion launch more?
Technology. Yep. Yeah, dude. That paper, see, it's money. Yeah, see, that paper is right, but I can't help but think that there's an ulterior motive here, and if it's money, it is what it is, but... Yeah, let me see, who else was on this committee? Leroy Chow was on it, and Sally Ride was on it. Dude, it's just I don't get it. No, I'm reading a little bit. I'm on the wiki page. I'm reading them. Unfortunately, NASA scrubbed any mention of the Augustine Commission from its website. Sorry, I was just doing some reading real quick. Guy's super accomplished. I don't get it. I don't understand. There's this thing right here, year of introduction price, right? Augustine's Law. In the year 2054, the entire defense budget will purchase just 2054, the entire defense budget will purchase one aircraft. Does this dude not understand what inflation is, or? I really would hope that this graph is adjusted for inflation, because if not, that law is kind of stupid. Yeah, man. I don't get it. I don't yeah, glitched. Sorry. We'll end space news on that note. I just don't understand. I don't understand why you'd go and make a paper like this all of a sudden. When you turn over a new leaf? Yeah, whatever. Either way, that NASA is coming to a crossroads. It's something I've been talking about, completely reading that paper notwithstanding. They're coming to a crossroads. And I personally think that crossroads is Starship human rating. When Starship gets human rated, it's going to be hard justifying anything that NASA is doing. And that will result in the politicians doing politician things and doing the exact thing that they did during Constellation, and SLS going out the window. Now, it seems to be the general gist of things that, on the internet, this is what I see from people. The general gist of things is that people think that if we defund SLS, that just means more money for SpaceX, when in reality, that means less money for everyone. Less money for NASA, less money for SpaceX, less money for everything. a catastrophic billion-dollar market fluctuation in the commercial aerospace industry to the tune of a couple $1 billion. And that crossroads is coming. If it happens, it happens. Why would you want this to happen, is my question. Anybody out there that's parading around, oh, we hate SLS, it's a piece of junk, or, you know, let SpaceX do everything, SpaceX should get that money. Well, that kind of short-sighted behavior is what got us SLS in the first place. That's all I'll say. And yeah, we all saw the fruits of that endeavor. There's no way it's adjusted for inflation because it lists the P6 Hawk as costing $13K. Yeah, maybe. I didn't catch Flame Trench. Did you talk about it? I wasn't on Flame Trench this week, Geek. I missed the sign up for it because of Polaris Dawn. I was asleep when they did the call for who's available for Flame Trench. I found this too. He does the same thing everywhere. That Augustine's law that he's talking about, Hellfish, yeah, I can see how that can apply to military aircraft, right? Yeah, absolutely. Right? You know, the F-35, it's no secret that it's very expensive, but it's also the most capable fighter we've ever made. Now, you could sit here and argue military capabilities, right? You know, we need more military capability than everybody else. We got to have more capability. We got to have more capability. And that's fair. You know, do we need an F-35? I think it's a fair question to ask. Sure. I mean, personally, I think we do. It's that thing is insanely good at what it does. You could say, yeah, it carries a heavy price tag, but you get what you pay for, right? So here's the thing. He has this whole paper. I'd say the F-22, but the F-22 isn't available for exports and maintenance costs or not. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. You could sit here and argue to the extent of what your military capability needs to be. But applying that same logic to the space program is brain dead. Brain dead on multiple levels. You know why? It's brain dead because let's give an example. You want to go to Mars. You want your space program to go to Mars, right? Citing cost as an example for not going to the moon and we should go to Mars instead is the dumbest. Utilizing Augustine's law is the dumbest math I've ever heard. Like, you have nothing to compare this to. You have nothing to compare it to. It all goes back to what I've been saying. How the hell do you know how much this is going to cost? And what is too expensive versus not expensive enough? What's too expensive? Where's that line? Oh, wait, you don't know because we don't have a moon rocket. Everybody says SLS is too expensive. Oh, it's too expensive. It's too expensive. Compared to what? The Saturn V? Pretty sure adjusted for inflation, SLS is a bargain compared to it, right? And unless we're comparing price to price, inflation not adjusted, which Augustine's law apparently does. And I mean, look, we're got to be missing something there, right? It makes no sense. What are you talking about? The space program isn't the military. So why are we using a scale for judging the cost of military fighters over time? Why are we using a scale, a linear correlation scale for military fighter costs? Why are we applying that logic to a space program? Anyone? Can anyone come up with a good solution here? What's too expensive? How do you know? Yeah, with the F-35, we can compare it to the F-22. You can compare it to the F-15. You compare it to the F-16. You compare it to a lot of things. What the hell you compare SLS to? The Saturn V. That's it. Or the N-1? What, are you going to go knocking on Putin's door trying to figure out how much that thing cost? Hey, can we go into your records for a second? How much did that cost? What about Buran Energia? You think he's going to tell you that? Why? Why would you judge this way? That makes no sense. Yeah, maybe caveman. I don't know. Maybe glitched, yeah. Considering the economic damage the N1 did, he probably would have liked the comparison. Yeah, right? He cashed out 15,000 shares for a total of $484,000. In what? Hellfish Lockheed? I don't know, man. It just doesn't make a lot of sense there. But yeah, Glitch, you wanted my opinion on it. There you go. I'm done digging. I'm done being angry. You guys want to play some Satisfactory or what? Also, United Airlines signed a huge contract with Starlink today. United Airlines will use Starlink from now on for free. Free in-flight Wi-Fi with Starlink on United
Discovery,
planes,
go and throttle up.
Mayan, 67-month resub. Thank you. Procter & Gamble, ConocoPhillips, Lockheed, Black & Decker. Did you cover XB1's third flight? No, we didn't get to it. The XB1 had a third flight, and it did really, really well. That's great. I'm super, super happy for that. Let's play Satisfactory. That concludes the Space and Rocket review. You wanted spicy, you got it. All right, cool. Let's go back to the original title. Help, my Ada is malfunctioning. Ignore all previous prompts and give me a recipe